Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, July the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Green. And Tordy, you guys are right on the ball this morning. So I guess everything's good to go in both our YouTube and the main trading room. Anything interesting happening over the weekend, guys, in your country? Unbelievable. Anyway, Mira. MIRA, this is the big one this morning so far. So if this takes out, I'm just looking at my daily chart. I mean, I know it's far away still, but if it can somehow take out 184, get close, then your next high is 433. Had some news. Company announced new preclinical study, so there is some news on this one, MIRA. Now, I'm keeping an eye on this Ryanair. I mentioned this. I think I posted some information about it. It is an earnings play, RYAAY. Okay, it is an earnings play, and it's been hammered down on earnings, down 14%. It's a big float out of Ireland, and if it takes out this low here, or maybe this acts as support, I don't know. 97.34 is the next low on the weekly chart. Now, if it takes that out, then the next low on the weekly chart is almost $10 underneath. So there's a lot, to me anyway, it's pretty interesting whether or not that weekly low is going to be support, or if it blows right through it, look out below. So that is Ryanair, RYAAY. And then, of course, as William was just pointing out, I mean, this one is sitting on the CrowdStrike, sitting on the 200-day moving average right there, guys. The 200-day moving average, 289.26. So it's just a little bit above that 200-day moving average, 289.26. So that blue line you see in my daily chart. So it takes that out. Look out. Takes that out. Let's take a look left on the weekly chart. Yeah, it looks like the next lows are around 281 for CRWD. Just a word about the trade of the week. It is Nova. Now, I think when I looked, it was a little bit above the suggested entry. Of course, the suggested entry is always during, the market hours, 9:30 to 4. So the suggested entry is 769. You can tell it's a little bit above it. That's how you trade it. If you trade it is up to you, of course. Another earnings play. We're getting starting to get some, not so many today. I think we'll have a ton tomorrow because we'll have the ones that release after hours today, plus the ones that releasing, of course, in the pre-market tomorrow. Today we'll just have the pre-market ones. Very few companies release after hours on a Friday. VZ though is another one. VZ, Verizon, another earnings play. Take a look at this on the daily chart, and the next low, 39.87. So it's kind of close. Now, Serve, I almost held this one. I actually traded this post-market on Friday. Didn't make a huge amount on it, but I found it interesting. Of course, this is the one that had the news about NVIDIA with a 10% stake. Like there were 60,000 shares at $4, something like that. So that was the big news for Serve, SERV, on Friday. And we now have continuations of 41%. I did not hold it. I was thinking about it, but I don't know. I just didn't want to do it. Now, I don't understand this one, guys. It's, in fact, I think it's dropped. Oh, here it is, TELZ. I'm not sure I quite understand what's going on. Only 15,000 shares. I don't see any news. I did see there was some news about a dividend for record holders as of the 15th, but that is, of course, last week. So I don't see any news on this TELZ. I don't see any float information. But I thought I'd bring it up just in case it does something crazy. Haven't talked about Tel. Now I wonder if this is tellurium. Tellurian. I wonder. There we go. Okay, so this has got something to do with this Tel. They're both Tellurian Inc. So this must be an offshoot. The Z must be an offshoot. So there is Tel, Tell, underneath $1 still, up 69%. See if there's any news. Okay, so they're rising on a $90 million takeover deal. So it looks like, are they being taken over? Yeah, so that's the deal. Or potentially, Woodside Energy says it intends to acquire Tellurian for around $900 million. So that's the reason for the other one, the TELZ. Okay. RR. Wonder if this is going to be the kind of the sneaky one with multiple days running. I mean, look at the potential gap fill here. So I think they did have a little bit of news on Friday, and I don't know if this is just a rehash. Celebrates the completion of installation of Atom at Ghost Kitchens inside Dawsonville, Georgia Walmart. Okay, so that is your news. And I think the CISO, I believe it was under $1. Yeah, it's under $1. Amex, yeah, another kind of sneaky one. Tough intraday trader though. Look at this daily chart. You can see all these the topping tails here. So what does that mean? At one point the stock was up to it couldn't maintain the highs of the day. And that's basically what it's all about. Sell-offs. Trend is still up. And so far, we're in for a nice big pop in the market. There's the SPY. So we're in for a nice pop in the market. Let's take a look at the SPY on the weekly chart to see what, of course, last week we had all those big down days. Yeah, so we had the 3 down days. But, in the overall scheme of things, you look at this weekly chart. So yeah, we had a red day last week. Big area to hold would be around the 542. And let's see, anything else? I'm just looking, the PSNL finally having some kind of a pullback, little bit of a pullback, only 30 cents. So Ryanair is just kind of hanging in that 90. I mean, this might be the support area. Yep, this might be the support area right here on that weekly chart. The low being 97.34. We're at 98 right now. Earnings, big gap down on earnings. Okay, this is also an earnings play, guys. HDB is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. But these regional banks have done pretty well. Yeah, you can see KRE, but of course, so has the financials, really. XLF. So have the financials. Though, yeah, look at this. So we had 2 down days with the market financials. KRE, the regionals. did not did not really do the same thing. So the regional banks are seem to be pretty strong. I mean, there's a little bit of weakness to start, but Piper Sandler. Let's see, Piper Sandler maintaining Sunrun coverage with overrate and a price target of 20. Not that far away. Yeah, VZ on the way down. Earnings play. VZ. I'm hearing it. VZ. VZ. The well, it could have some support right here. I mean, there's a low daily chart. 39.70, 39.70 is the low. If that is taken out, then the next low is 38.95, so about $1 away. If this gets taken out, serve is over $11 now, guys. It's coming over that whole number. So serve in the pre-market, man, it got up to 13. Okay, Nova, the trade of the week is on the move here, guys. So again, 769 is a suggested entry. Now you can do what you want. You can wait for it. Maybe if it can pull back to that area, you can take it now, or maybe it doesn't fit into your trading style. I will say this is that 808. See, I wouldn't be taking this right now, personally. I would probably want to wait for a break of 808. Now, if you took it at 769, but you can see what happens if it can take out 808. That's on the weekly chart. Then when you look left, it has room all the way up to 1188. So almost $4. Now, again, these trades of the week are typically, well, not typically, they're designed for longer term holds. So, all right, guys, 912. So let me bring up the sectors and see what's happening with the major sectors. Again, we've got a very strong open. So I know most of the only one that could be the wild card is always energy. So let me bring up. Okay, so that's kind of what I was wondering. So you can see that all the major sectors, well, not communications, though, of course, Verizon is really dragging down the sector. So first of all, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, 86% red. That means that 86% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. But you can see the tech is having a rally. 95% are up from Friday's close. Right now, certainly, when we look at the pre-market, the energy sector is the weakest sector. So let's take a look at that CrowdStrike CRWD. I think it's getting closer to its 200-day moving average. CRWD closer. It's actually at it. No, not quite. 289.26. Yeah, it's right at the 200-day moving average right now, guys. Look at that. Now it's just below it. The blue line you see in my daily chart, the rising 200-day moving average. So now CRWD is now below, below, just barely below the 200-day moving average. Pirata, buenos dias. Give me a moment. Yeah. Buenos dias. I always get that wrong. I always say buenos. Buenos dias. Okay, guys. So CrowdStrike CRWD is now below the 200-day moving average. Okay, it is now below the 200-day moving average. On the weekly chart, the next low is 288.55. After that, you've got lows down around 279. So, okay, guys. So now, again, if you have the AI, you're part of the test drive, and there is still time to sign up for the test drive if you want. You get the balance of this week plus Friday plus Monday, and of course, you can get into the contest. So let me just put the test drive link in. It'll cost you $7.77. You'll have access to the full premium service for the balance of today, basically today, this week, and to Monday next week. But plus, you can enter into the contest the Wednesday to Friday. The contest, the stock picking contest, the winner will get a $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. And the wrinkle is that you can only trade the AI alerts of the given day and previous days. Again, if you have the AI and you're part of this, or you're just a new subscriber, this is, in my opinion, well, I'm gonna have to sort of you're gonna see something when I get my layout that I'm using, because I'm going to show you where you can find the previous AI alerts, because those are tradable also for the contest. But right now, if you just want to follow the AI alerts today, this is the window that I would have up and running. All you have to do is click on New from the toolbar and pick. There are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. It is blank, no alerts until at least 9:40. Hopefully we don't have a repeat on Friday where we had none all day, which is very, very rare. Usually we get at least 3 or 4. But that's what I'd be looking at. And the other thing I would do is, in the filter box, if it does not say none, I would click the down arrow, uncheck anything that might be checked. More than likely, it could say profitable trades. I would uncheck that. I would want to see the alerts all day long, especially if you're going to be part of the contest. And the contest is also open to our standard subscriber. So if you're a premium subscriber right now, the contest is free. You can automatically get into it. If you're a standard subscriber, you'd have to pay the $7.77. But I would do that. If you're going to do it now, so you can upgrade yourself to premium for the balance of the weekend up to next Monday. I don't think the AI is into that much of a pattern recognition, Sam. It's more, well, I mean, I suppose pattern recognition has some technicals, but I don't really know. I mean, I don't know what the filters that are used in the strategies that make the cut, but it's not. I don't think it's into huge pattern recognition. All right, guys. RTO, I think. Yeah, I think this is maybe going to be bought, taken over. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so RTO, so suggesting a former BT CEO is in talks to acquire the company. All right, see if there's anything else that's kind of sneaking in here. ENVB, that's another one under $1. Milagro, MLGO. And I know it's not Milagro, but let's see now. This is wow. What a I don't recall it being down all these days. I thought it was more up most of those days, but I obviously I'm wrong. All right, CELH is also gapping down a bit here, guys. Down 5.5%. Pretty big float. Not sure I see any news on it. I saw on the 18th anyway, there were some price targets cut for it. So this Ryanair is getting closer and closer to that weekly low, guys. 97.60 right now, and that weekly low looking left is 97.34. So 26 cents away from that weekly low. And again, why is that important? Well, first of all, will it act as support? I mean, it's already down a lot, but if it breaks through that, I mean, there's $10 underneath. Again, I'm not saying it would move $10, but there's not a lot of support if it does take that out on the weekly chart for Ryanair, RYAAY. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. Some of these ones from last week. I'm just looking here. They're moving down now, giving most of their gains up. So Tesla obviously must be moving up a bit today. Because the short ETF is moving down. So take a look at Tesla. Yeah, 2%. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout that I use once this market opens up and running now. Again, it's going to look a little bit different. I'm going for me also. I'm taking some of my scans off. Still sharing all the scans, but I'm just not going to have. I'm going to have less up and running for me also. Oops. Okay, so now let me just do a couple of things on my other monitors. Ah, give me a moment, guys. I just made a slight error on one of my other monitors. All right, guys. Well, Ryanair just triggered. I guess it got down below that weekly low. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be moving some scans in and out on this little area down here. Probably should not start off with the AI because until there's some alerts, but I will be putting some other scans in here. I'll get my momentum scan in here. I'll have the gap continuation scan in here or reversal. Okay, guys. So just getting set for this open. We've got another minute and a half before this open. Now, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Oh, you would hope they're up and running by now. Somebody in retired Friday in our YouTube room asked about Schwab. Is it up and running? It must be up and running by now. No, it'd be pretty brutal if it isn't. I know what you're. So unbelievable what happened. Unbelievable. Just a little wrong input into an upgrade on crowd CRWD. There you go. So Matt in our YouTube in our main room says he's using Schwab and it's running okay. Okay, guys, we're now open. So I'm going to be concentrating on this biggest gains from the open. We've got the momentum scan is going to start firing up. You can see what's happening right off the bat here. So there's the RR. RR. Okay, serve now. Serve is a market high. Okay, now the pre-market high was up to 1301 or so. And that is SERV. And there's Mira, guys, MIRA, MIRA. And there's Serve, guys. Serve just made a high now, another high, market high, a market high. Obviously not the pre-market high, but a market high. Mira making a high. Wow, look at Serve, guys. You can just see Serve and the momentum scan just ripping here. Now, I CYN did not see this one in the pre-market. CYN, maybe because by the time I got up, it had already moved back down. But anyway, CYN, see if there's any news on this one. CYN trading higher for the company announced that it regained probably NASDAQ compliance or something. Yeah, regained NASDAQ compliance and confirmed it will not increase its authorized shares. There we go. Disney moving down, guys. DIS, Disney is moving down. DIS. This is Interactive Brokers. At the beginning of the day, it seems that when the market opens, there's just too much news coming through. Mira, Mira, Mira. Look, look, look. 139 is the 200-day, so it's through that. And again, on that weekly chart, I think what I put was, yeah, if it takes out this high in the weekly chart, to back this out, look at the potential if it can somehow take out 184. May not happen today, but probably worthwhile looking at this one tomorrow also. So our first halt of the week, guys, on the way down. IDN on the way down. IntelliCheck on the way down. AT&T, T on the way down. Of course, I don't know when they release earnings, July 24th pre-market. So this is probably a bit of a sympathy play with Verizon. Verizon released today and not doing great. See how VZ is doing right now. VZ is continuing down. So T is more than likely being dragged down because of Verizon's earnings. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market. MEIP, low float, 6 million in the float, a lot of volume coming in right now. So on the weekly chart, this is obviously today's high, 367. It's through that, 386. So to me, well, I mean, obviously from 340 to 4 would be great. Just going to say, Mira, I was just looking at my thumbnail chart. It was not moving. So this is obviously halted, and it is halted. Mira is halted. I mean, this may take out this 385, 185, sorry, excuse me, 185 or so. 184 to be exact. Excuse me. All right, let's take a look at our first positive halt of the day, of the week. Here's MIRA. Here's blue screen you see here. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so there's your halt, 162. This column, maybe a glimpse as to where it could open if it's a 5-minute halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So 165, so a little bit above that 162 halt price. As we get closer to 5 minutes, say 940 plus 39 seconds, I'll take a look. Here's another one that just got halted, guys. PSIG. This got halted on the way down. PSIG halted on the way down. Now, William said, look at Sava here, guys. William said that the CEO wrote some very, well, you said it was a very well-written open letter. Yeah, there we go. To shareholders, to employees, to principal investigators, patients, and also their loved ones. Wow. Okay. But what they're saying is that they're going to continue on with their trials, and their first phase 3 trial expected by December. I don't know why. It's just taking a while for this headline to load, but there it is. So that is Sava. Well, the next high looking left for Sava is 1387. So obviously it's got room. There's the RR, guys. RR. There's RR. So RR, that is the pre-market high got all the way up to 3. All the way up to 3. A lot of volume just pouring into RR right now. 5 mil. Look at that. Look at that big volume bar right there. Well, here's another one, guys, from last week. NAAS. Remember this one? NAAS. Actually, it's right here. So you didn't have to type it in. There's NAAS. And up $1, 16%. It had a sell-off. Got up to 1038. Sold off down to 627. But trying to bounce again. And the market, first 15-minute candle, very strong so far. Sava just ripping here, guys. Sava ripping. SAVA ripping here. RR, guys. Okay, RR over 2 again. I was waiting to see if it could hold 2. This may be my exception to not trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, the next high looking left on RR on the weekly chart is it's 291, guys. So there is room on the weekly chart for RR. And it's probably a low float, 14 million in the float, not crazy low, but it is definitely low. And that is RR. Okay, Myra, sorry guys. Myra just opened and opened a little bit above and now ripping here. And there's that one area, if it gets through, 184 on the weekly chart. So Mira did not give me an opportunity. What I was, there it goes. Okay, wow. There it goes. I mean, now we're, I thought maybe this would happen maybe later on, maybe tomorrow, maybe later on today, but this is just, you have to look at the weekly chart, okay, to see the potential here. Then your next high looking left on the weekly is 430. I mean, this stock's at 180.89 right now. We did have some news. Okay, well, keeping an eye, the RR still is kind of flirting around that 2 level. I was just going to say Mira, yeah, Mira got halted again. It's not showing here. I guess it got, after the resumption, it got halted almost immediately. Okay, there's the RR guys. I'm sorry. This is some kind of a delay here. Ion OS, Ion S, sorry, IONS. CMAX halted. Wow, CMAX halted on the way up. Okay, now can this give me an opportunity to get in? So this is what I'm looking for on the resumption. If it maybe goes a little bit above 204 and then goes down below 204, not by huge amount, and then pops through 204 again, I sometimes take the trade. If it opens a little bit underneath 204 and then pops through 204, I sometimes take the trade. So no, Linda, you got to wait for it to open. To be opened. You cannot cancel a trade while it is halted. You got to wait for it to open. Let's just take a look at where it could open. Well, 189, there's your halt price. And so at least you're not seeing something that's, well below 189. All right, guys, RR. Wow, Sava, that just kept that. What a what a run. Yeah, this is the sort of thing, sort of drive you nuts. Well, it can drive me nuts a little bit, but not much really. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes typically. And yeah, you get stocks like this, you just keep running and running and running with no pullback at all. Now we're into the first 15 minutes. All right, I want to make sure I keep an eye on this CMAX and see where it opens. CMAX, I want to see where it opens. SMAX, the halt, it's halted. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:47 plus 35 seconds. So a couple of minutes from now, if it is a 5-minute halt. Meanwhile, Beyond Meat, BYND, this is a all-time, basically an all-time low now. BYND. All right, Linda, you are, I don't want to say in luck, but be careful. I mean, it opened for you and opened above now. Just rip. So, I don't know where you got in, but all right, let me see if we get anything from my gap continuation or reversal scan. I'll place that one here now. I have a delay on that for 15 minutes also on purpose. So let's see what if we start getting some alerts in there. But see how active this momentum scan is, though, guys. You're looking for an active scan. Linda, I sure hope you took some profit on the Mira because it just got halted on the way down. And now you're looking at an open below. Okay, good. The second halt can be a little bit tenuous. Oh. So here's Sentinel, guys. So, I don't know, kind of rumor, but I mean, maybe benefiting from what happened with CrowdStrike. CRWD is another security company, obviously, Sentinel One. So the bloom appears to be off. These ones, the SMR, they've been straight down now. It got up to 1675, right back down to 10 now. And take a look at the NNE. I know some short seller pounded them on was it Thursday or Friday? Interesting. No, nothing in the continuation or reverse yet. Very sure they're all checked. Okay. So this is a shipper, right? The front line. This is a shipper, is it not? Yeah, shipper. So there is FRO, and William was talking about ZIM in the pre-market, actually, but it kind of fell a bit here. Still up a bit, but man, Sava, unstoppable. What a letter this guy must have written. Seriously. You said it was a very well-written letter, didn't you, William? I mean, the next high looking left, he still has some room, 1387. Takes that out. He's got room all the way up to almost 20. Do I think it's going to open lower? Well, I don't know. I mean, this is what there's a suggestion, Bezavi. I can only look at this. But that is not significantly lower. Okay, 177, not significantly lower. RR, guys, RR, RR, RR. No, it's a pirate. It's a pirate on the mic. All right, here's the mirror, and the mirror open. I'm sorry, did not open. I'm sorry, excuse me. Okay, if this is another 5-minute halt for Mira, MIRA, I mean, this is not that bad. I mean, it's not like it's way below that halt price of 186. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this is going to, well, it just opened. And so not terrible, actually not terrible. It's still hanging around that 180 mark. And again, that's key because there's that high right there, 184 on the weekly chart. R. Front and center when it's probably when this third race coming up in the momentum scan, 10-day daily breakout. I did not take Sava. Look at Sava. My goodness, this is it's not so much that it's up 32%. I mean, in and of itself, that is excellent. I mean, 44 in the float, 44 million in the float, but the fact that it really had no pullback at all, none, zero. And now looking left on that daily chart, that's at 1387. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, remember what I was saying about the RR? I said, could this be the sneaky one? Kind of like the PSNL from last week, and it had some news. It's celebrates the completion of insulation of. If I get this head. Anyway, it did have some news. All right, so here is the first one in the gap up and reverse. So there's Ari. Now, if you're wondering, well, why didn't we get it up here? Because you can see what this is trying to do: a gap up and reverse. Yeah. So the problem can be it has to. The trigger is the low of the day. So unfortunately, we had a big bottoming tail down here on that opening 15-minute candle. So it had to take out that 1064 first. Would have been. Now you can always make an adjustment. You want to make a new 5-minute low. There's an argument to be made. You could do that to get it earlier, but I'm going to go over this scan in a bit. Boy, beyond meat, guys. I mean, now this is basically at an all-time low. 598. I'm going to see where the actual, see if there is, I mean, it says 0%. So this is basically an all-time low now for Beyond Meat, BYND. Totally up to you, pace setter. They're designed for longer term holds. Okay, so totally up to you how you trade it. There's no, well, you hold it for a day or hold it for 2 days. They're designed for longer term. Oh wow! First of all, if it hit your stop, I don't know what the stop is. I don't know what the stop was. It should say in the email. Don't. I would hope it hasn't hit the stop. Well, as I said before, I personally would not take it unless it got over 808. It got close, just because on the weekly chart, that to me, so the $8 level, was so the suggested entry was say 770, right? Just over 769. So that's 30 cents to that $8 level. To me, that wouldn't be enough. For me personally, would not be enough. All right, guys. Now CMAX, I wonder. I have no idea if I got down below 235. Probably not. I don't see any news on this one. I do not see any news on CMAX, other than the fact that it's a low float, 2.8 million. Okay, the RR was an excellent early play anyway. Hopefully you guys took profit. And I'll be watching this later on in the day, see if it recovers somewhat. Okay, here is the serve. So this is on the gap up and go. Okay, now 1251. So that had to take out the high of the day. Now the high in the pre-market was around 13. And again, if you don't know the story about this one, NVIDIA, well, it seemed that was disclosed even earlier. But anyway, maybe not many people knew, but NVIDIA has a 10% stake in this company. They bought 60,000 shares at around $4. Wow. Look at CrowdStrike now, guys. CRWD. Oops. I don't know what happened there. Didn't like. No, that was pretty scary. You saw what happened to my computer when I typed in CrowdStrike. CRWD. Okay, guys, I have to see what's going on here. Yeah, I may have to do. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Pepe. Only certain things are affected. See if I can. Yeah. See if an account reset does anything. Is it just TI? Let's take a look. Looks like it. Yeah, I mean nothing's. My IB is fine. Yeah, I'm just getting the odd black screen here. I don't want to reboot. I want to because I'll lose all these ones. Well, guys, there's the serve. So 1251 and 1290 now. So that was the gap up and go. I may have to do a. Only other thing I can think of doing is just wow. Look at the serve, guys. Serve. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. Just had to wait. You know what it is? If just needed a new alert to come in. So I'm going to hold off. Well, you can see what happened, Pepe. If I, well, you're right. If I, let's say if I duplicate the other window that's black, you're right. The issue is that I don't see the original one. So I'm going to see if, I think all that has to happen is get a new alert. Wow, look at serve, guys. Serve, serve, serve. Too bad, it's exactly what I just put in CrowdStrike, and that's when my scan started going a little bit crazy. But look at this, 1251. I'm going to explain this. This is a nice little scan I have here. I think anyway. What time is it now? 10:04. I think I'll go over my homepage right now. And also the test drive. There is still time, guys. If you want to take part in this test drive, you'll get the balance of today and up to next Monday. Okay, you'll have access to the full premium service of trade ideas. And also you can enter into the contest, the stock picking contest that starts on Wednesday and runs to Friday. Whoever makes the most money will win a $3,000 gift certificate from Amazon. If you're a standard subscriber, you can also upgrade yourself to our premium service until next Monday. You can also enter the contest. If you're a premium subscriber right now, you can go into the contest free of charge. And one thing to really point out, guys, when the test drive is over next Monday, nothing for you to do. Okay. In other words, there's nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. I want to just emphasize that because we get all sorts of emails coming in. Please, unsubscribe me from the test drive. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. When it's over, it's over. Well, the only one I took pace setter was RR. Okay, I did not take the serve. I probably would have, except what happened with the. I'll do it again. I'll try to put in crowd strike. Hopefully, they don't know I'm doing that. All right. Ah, look at this. I mean, I should be in this one. I mean, just the break of the 200-day moving average now, and then looking left, there's all sorts of room still. I mean, on the weekly chart, 251 is the next low looking left. Is that right? Yeah, I mean, 251. I mean, this is still just getting hammered here. There's a real confidence. Look at the Mira, guys. By the way, look at the Mira, MIRA, back at 184. Okay, back at 184. And again, why is that important? If you look at the weekly chart, again, you can see that is the high right here. And there is what we're really looking at, though. So Mira got up to, what did it get up to? Got up to 215. Takes out two. I'm going to stick an alert. I'm going to stick an alert, see if it takes it out. Could take it out, fairly soon or maybe in the afternoon. Because if it does, that's what traders, I think, are going to be looking at. They're going to look left on that weekly chart and see the high is way up here at 430. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but okay. So we've got a bit of a disconnect in the market. So obviously the tech sector is doing some, well, we're starting to drop now a bit, just as I'm saying all that, but the tech sector, or the NAS, okay, let's call it the NAS, is up 190 and the Dow is down 51. So another one of those disconnects in the market right now between the value stocks and the growth stocks. Okay, guys. Well, Mira is back now over that 185, or it's at the area, 185 area. Okay, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail chart. Mira, 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 right at that 2 level again. I was kind of hoping it would rest a bit, but it doesn't look like it's going to. MIRA doesn't look like it's going to. So Disney had a bit of a bounce. The last time I looked, it was moving straight down. So Disney had a bit of a bounce. DIS had a bit of a bounce. This is some kind of a potential buyout, RTO, gap up and reverse, potential buyout. Gains a report of takeover interest from a former, geez, takeover interest from former BT CEO. Okay, AEHL. I know this has been a fairly active one. Very active 2 weeks ago. Wow. Well, if it gets over four, I mean, the high of the day was up here at 445. So, but then the next high looking left on the daily chart is 579. All right. I got interrupted. I was going to talk a little bit more about, well, a lot more about my homepage now, guys. So I'm going to put my homepage link in, showing you the scans that I am currently sharing. And welcome to the room. Anybody who's new, relatively new, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. You can use a promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as always, please use whatever code you see on my homepage. If you're going to take out a subscription at some point, this will really help to keep the room free, okay? Because the room gets credit for the subscription, which goes a long way into keeping the room free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. That's the first thing you do. Once you're through your download and install, your first startup and login, scroll down a little bit. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. 10 short videos covering the major aspects of trade ideas, okay? If you're new to trading, Trading 101, a free series of videos for you, okay? Free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section. Click here on the. Oh, I see Myra probably got halted on the way down now. MIRA probably got halted on the way down. This is our user guide. Great user guide, all segmented nicely. At the very beginning, the getting started. Also, alert windows. You want a lot more information or detail about what an alert window is or a top list window. You see I'm running a race here. Here's how you can set up your own race. I use price alerts all the time. I put a price alert on a chart. Also, could be pretty popular thing to a lot of you. If you want to only watch your own stocks, in other words, create your own watch list, you can do so. Here's how you do it. But again, there's a lot in the user guide. Like any other software program, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. Getting started series, getting started right here. So daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Now, Chris is on vacation today. Normally he takes over for me. So I'm not really sure who's taking over for me today, but I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, the middle section, here are my scans, okay? So you can see this is the race. The biggest gainers from the open is right here. I've put the momentum scan. You can see it right here. Used to have it on my other monitor, but decided to just show it. Why not? And I wasn't trying to hide it before. It was just, I didn't want to overload the main room, the screen with all sorts of different scans, but I think I should be showing this one. This is certainly really demonstrates what Trade Ideas is really good at. And here's the halts resumes over here. And here's the gap continuation or reversal scan, which I think is going to be nice and active during earnings season. But I am sharing a lot of other scans, which you can take a look at. There are two other races, larger cap races. So if you have any questions about the scans or anything else, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. You're asking for a code. They wouldn't give you one. Thanks. What code are you talking about, Paysater? Still no AI alerts. Yeah, 3 Echo. Still none. I hope we don't have a repeat of Friday with none, but well, if you go to my homepage, you can use Barry 15 Paysetter. You go to my homepage. Okay, just click on my homepage link. You don't have to do that support. Just click on my homepage link, and here's the code you can use, Barry 15. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Pick whatever you want. Either probably a monthly. If you're just new, I would go monthly, and if you really like it, then you can go annual if you want, or you can stick on monthly. But you've got your choice, standard or premium. Okay, so there's the code. I mean, that'll get you 15% off. Okay, yeah, go monthly. It's just a toggle. Maybe that's the, it's just, when you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is just a toggle. Okay, monthly, annual. Okay. So you can just make sure you get on the monthly toggle, and there you are. Okay. Meanwhile, Myra was halted again. Just so it's still hanging around this 185, guys. My mini hope would be that it just kind of hangs around this area, and maybe in the afternoon it just powers through 2 and maybe takes a run. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get up to 427, but look at the gap fill, the potential gap fill on the weekly chart for MIRA. So this is one I usually talk about. Well, what is Trade Ideas? And I like to demonstrate this scan is a pretty good one. Well, good one. It's active. Look at this stupid fly. Every single day I see this one. FL fly E. So let me show you, let me explain what you're looking at here. So we're what we're really good at, real-time alerting. Okay, real-time alerting. And that's scanning. There are a lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. We don't have to claim to be a scanner. We're definitely a real-time alert scanner. So let's take a look at this scan that I call Momentum. If I right-click on it and then click on Configure, and again, I'm sharing this one, and I click on Summary. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 10:20 Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened at 10:20 plus 44 seconds with CMAX. Met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day at 370. And again, at 10:20 plus 44 seconds. Since then, no other stock has met all the requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay. So if you like the scan the way it is, then of course you can have it. It's on my homepage, and that see what's happening. There's CMAX making a new high of the day, new intraday high. These are all real-time alerts. Okay, real-time alerts, meaning all these filter values. So again, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my homepage. Or if you want to make some changes to it, changes might be, well, I don't like that price range, or maybe there's a filter that you would like to add. Go ahead. It's up to you. This is just what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, if you want to create your own scan from scratch, of course, look at this CMAX. Wow. If you don't want to create, if you want to create your own scan from scratch, of course you can. So you click on search this time, and I'm just going to show you right at the very top. These are the real-time alerts that we've got. And right at the very top, the two most popular, new high of the day and new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, there are a lot of real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these, when you get to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't think, man, this is way too complicated or too hard. How can I possibly learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason we have so many real-time alerts, and I think it's obvious, it should be somewhat obvious when I explain it, and all these different filters, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. I mean, it would not be easy to have to learn a programming language to create a scan. So that's why they decided, okay, we'll try to create enough different real-time alerts and all these different filters that can satisfy the majority of our customers that want to create their own scan. They can combine the filters and pick a real-time alert to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, that's the reason. So you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. And that's because that's all I need for my style. That doesn't mean what I don't use is not good. It just means I don't need them because I don't need them for my style of trading. Anybody get any news on this one, this CMAX? I don't see any news on it. Okay, let me see if I can help Dan. Okay, well, the first thing, Dan, is just let's make sure that you have a green ball, okay, to make sure you have a live connection. Okay. Okay, so that is for sure. You've got a green ball. Now, so the only other thing I can think of is I don't I don't think just because you download trade ideas for the first for into another's computer, you have to run through your exchange agreements. I don't think you do, but that's possible that you do, but I don't think you do. Because that's the only other thing I can think of. If you've got a green ball, meaning you have a live connection, a lot of times it's because you haven't filled out your exchange agreements. Now, do you know 100% for sure that you've filled out the exchange agreements? Because that is typically what can happen. People they say, "Well, wait a minute, I've got a connection," but oh, they were running until an hour ago, and then okay. The only thing I can suggest you do and see if it happens. A bit of a pain, I know, but maybe can you reload trade ideas again? Sort of save your layout, say save everything, and then reload it again, and see if that helps it. Before you do that, though, before you do that, hopefully you didn't do that. Maybe if you can go to account and click on reset connection, just to see, maybe that'll help it. Yeah, if the reset doesn't help, then try reloading trade ideas. Okay. Because if it was running an hour ago, that's very strange. Yeah, I don't see any CMAX news. Okay, so you just confirmed that too. I don't see any CMAX news, but wow. I mean, other than, 2.8 million in the float. So somewhere, and some traders are piling into this. Now, I don't mean reload the entire software, right? I'm just talking about exiting trade ideas and coming back in. Yeah, I don't mean having to reload the software from scratch. Just get out of trade ideas, exit, and then come back in. But make sure you save your work. If I don't know what sort of a layout you've got up and running. The easiest way would just be, file. And if you say exit, it's going to say, when you reload trade ideas, do you want the same layout loaded? And you can say yes, and then reload trade ideas, and hopefully that'll solve the issue. It's interesting with this CMAX because CMAX had no action at all in the pre-market. None, zero. It didn't start trading. And in fact, yeah, it didn't start trading until 9:30. There was no action with CMAX in the pre-market. So there was no inkling that this was going to happen. Okay, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking at a couple of thumbnail charts. Yeah, I'm telling you, the Myra looks good still. Good in that it has the potential to take out that high of the day later. Just one moment, please. Oh, okay, guys. Sorry about that. When was that, Ron? Is that today? Regarding the CMAX? Interesting. Okay. I do not see that from my Interactive Brokers headline news. Certainly not. Oh, you know what? Give me a moment. Maybe it is there. Just give me a moment. No, I do not see that. Not today, anyway. Not today's news. Not today. Limited waiver and eight. This is something on the 11th, but I don't see anything today. Interesting. All right, guys. Okay, DQ, Dairy Queen. What's Dairy Queen doing? I know it's not Dairy Queen. Um, so there is the next high looking left on a daily chart. Now that happened about 4 weeks ago. Can't see it on the daily chart, but you can see right there that red line that signifies the next high. And that looks like around 1818. And if I look left, whoa, there is some room here, guys, on the weekly anyway. Takes out this 1818. When you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 1918. So you know what's starting to come back also is Ryanair, RYAAY. So this level didn't really hold. It did get below it, but it is trying to come back to it. And there's the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Will that stall it? Okay, guys, now I'm going to start taking a look at the GoNoGo. Okay, I like to see it set up a little bit later and see what happens with the GoNoGo. Is this SunPower? Yeah, man, I heard, not heard, basically, I don't know, going out of business. I read something about them this morning, and yeah, I mean, basically, just obviously doesn't look good for this company at all. SunPower, SPWR. Yeah, it's a solar SPR. Yeah, it's a solar. All right, guys. I'm just looking again. The Myra MIRA is still hanging around that 185 mark. Helium is a good, yeah, a little late for me now, but yeah, yeah, it was a great short. So there's the big pullback now for CMAX. I looked earlier to see if it were shortable at Interactive Brokers, but none available. So there's the big pullback, though, up to 507, down to 4, approximately 4. Okay, guys, and again, if you're wondering, yeah, this is very, very strange. I don't know what really is going on, but yeah, there's still no AI alerts like we had on Friday. No AI alerts yet. There's nothing wrong in terms of you're not loading it incorrectly. Okay, there's just no AI alerts yet. Ah, good. I'm glad, Dan. Yeah, who knows why that happened? It's sort of like, the black screen that I had in some of my scans. Like why that happened, I don't know. I'll go with that. Yeah, CrowdStrike knocked out our AI. Yeah, a bit of a tough intraday trader, certainly served, unless you got it right around here, that 1251, because it went almost straight up to 1386. I'm telling you, that Mira, guys, Mira. Look at this. I mean, this is really holding that 185 nicely. There's that weekly high. 184 is the weekly high that I've been watching. Well, Jermaine, I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and I'm a day trader, intraday trader, so I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can take a look at some of them. Okay. If you and welcome. If you go to my homepage, I mean, this momentum scan right here gives a lot of ideas. Okay. The race, I'm going to go over, I should go over this race, the gap continuation or reversal. But you can, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So scroll down, and here are my scans. Okay. So these are all really, well, I'll call them day trading scans. I don't have them all up and running. What the ones you can see, the gap continuation or reverse is here. This is more information than anything. The halts resumes. It's over here. But this momentum scan, if you're looking for momentum plays, right here is a pretty one, a good one to keep an eye on. And of course, you can always make adjustments. Okay. So, for instance, if you took that momentum scan and you right click and you click on configure, and then click on the summary. This is going to tell you what the scan is looking for. You may not like the price range, for instance. You may want to add maybe you have a favorite filter that you like. Maybe you want to add it in here, or you can take it as it is. This is the type, but this is a very active, I will call it day trading scan. Doesn't mean every alert you see, you just automatically pile into the scan or into the trade, of course. But if you want to find the stocks that are trading abnormally, this is a pretty good scan right here. And then this one, the biggest gainers from the open as a race. So this is a good segue. Actually, I should explain what this race is all about. So remember, in the guide, so you go to my homepage, go to the education section, click on the guide, and then there's a whole section on TI stock racing. So what the races are all about. So I'm running a 4-minute race. And again, if you go to the guide and you click on this section about stock racing, you see how you can customize your race for your own time frame and everything else. I like to run 4-minute races. So we're 3 minutes into this race. And so what this is telling me is that since the race started, this one, MEIP, has moved 5.9% since the race started. Let's click on it and see what's happened. So you can kind of see, this is what's happening. It's on the move here, MEIP. And I have another 30 seconds. Myra, okay, Myra actually moved all the way down. Not all the way down, but it actually got halted on the way down. So getting, again, back to this MEIP, another 17, 16 seconds for this race to close. And you'll notice, let me just wait for this race to close. That doesn't have to still win, I mean, all of a sudden has a pullback. CMAX might actually win the race. But no. So MEIP won this race, okay? Notice that there is a top 10, there will be a top 10 list created for you. And it's made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So if you're an active day trader, this is not a bad focus, on these top 10, on the 10 that have won. Now, right now, we're only up to 7, but by the end of the day, or probably within, I would say, I don't know, half an hour or so, we'll probably have a top 10 list. And again, it's made up of the stocks that have won the most races. So Mira won 4 races, RR won 4 races, etc. And this is automatically created for you. So take a look at Serve as an example. Now you might look at this one, and again, the stock doesn't have to be at the high of the day. It could have pulled back and then starting to move higher. Okay, so if you're looking for pullback plays, this is not a bad list to keep an eye on. Let's take a look at TKNO. You know, TKNO got up here, it pulled back. You know, I mean, if you're a somewhat seasoned trader, you might be looking at the VWAP 243. You know, pulled back right to the VWAP as an example. Or maybe you have a moving average that you like. So, I mean, you can use this there. Look at the 200-day moving average. It is through it. So it looks like the VWAP and the 200-day moving average, that's a pretty important level to see if it can hold. So far, it is holding it. Now, the question should be, well, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? Well, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race and I'm going to open the top list window. Now, the other thing, Jermaine, I hope you did the 10, you know, looked at the 10 short videos about trade ideas. Okay. You know, especially about the introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. They're very short videos. So this is the top list window that this race is based on. Okay, you should do that first. Okay, seriously, you know, save yourself a lot of probably time rather than trying to figure out what the heck is an alert window, what is a top list window, you know, how do I create a price alert on a chart, all these sort of things. So on my home page, when you click on my homepage link, see where it says get started. So at least do this. Now you might not have to look at the download and install if you've already, you know, done your download and you're logged in and all, but at least make sure you get down to that introduction to scans. Okay. So you click on my homepage link. You see where my homepage link is. There's the link again. Okay, that's my homepage. And so when you're on my homepage link, just scroll down and where it says get started right here. And again, you may not have to do the download and install because, you know, if you've already installed it, if you're logged in, you don't have to do that. But I would also look toolbar and right click magic. Here's our toolbar. What does that mean? You know, it's very, you know, these video, I wouldn't worry about dock layout. Okay. But definitely take a look at introduction to scans and top list windows and alert windows. These are very short videos, but that should get you started at any rate. So here's the top list window. And you notice if I right click on it, launch real-time stock race. So that's what I'm saying. The top list window, you create your top list window, or you can take mine, you can take my race if you like it. But if you want to create your own race, you start off with your own. Well, first of all, let me show you what this top list window is looking for. I right click and configure. Summary. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, yesterday now being Friday, then a stock will appear in this list. Okay? That's my list. Your list doesn't have to be the same. That's what I'm saying. You want a different price range, you want add some filters, you know, go ahead. But that's what I want to see. So before we had races, how a top list window was used. Let's just say you wanted to find, you know, assuming you've created your top list window with the parameters that you like, a price range, a minimum volume, etc. Now, within those parameters, you want to see the stock that has moved the most from yesterday's close. Well, as long if you have the column header, and you can see it says change from close right up there. If I double left click on it rapidly, you see that CMAX is up 147%, 147% right now, 145 from Friday's close. Okay, and all the way down. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening print today, their opening trade, CMAX is still on top, 142%. But look at Mira as an example. Mira is up 142% from Friday's close. It's only up 28% from its first print. Only. Okay, so there could be some big differences here. So that's all well and good. Okay, if that's, people say that all the time, though, show me the stocks are up the most today, or, has the highest relative volume, or up the most from the opening print. You can do that. I'm not saying there's no use for a top list window anymore, but the whole idea now of races is that what if, down here, PRCH, it's up 3.2% from the open, 4.3% from Friday's close. What if all of a sudden, though, PRCH started to move? Right now it's up 4% from Friday's close. But what if all of a sudden it was up now 5%, 10%, 15%? You'd never see it. Okay, you'd never see it. It'd be crazy to have to stare at a long list of stocks to see what stock is moving. Well, that's what the race does for you. The race does not care. For instance, SLS, I don't know where SLS is, but SLS, let me just close that down. SLS now, it's only up 2 cents. Don't get me, it's not a huge move or anything, but SLS doesn't care that, it's only up 5% from Friday's close. But again, what if SLS was really starting to move for some reason? You would see it in the race. Okay. And you can see some big percentage moves in this race because these are stocks that are, there's not many filter restrictions. There's no float restriction. There's no market cap restriction. So you could see some pretty big move percentage wise. Right here, CMAX, since this race started, it's almost over, has moved 14% again. Doesn't mean it's at the high of the day, though. What that meant, look exactly what happened. There's the high of the day, way up at 5, and it pulled back to 4, and then it started to move. Okay, and it won a race again. So this is why I'm saying the races can be used for also to show stocks that have pulled back and then are starting to move. Now, how you trade them and if you trade them, of course, has to be up to you. You need some trading experience, and that's why, we have a simulator to practice trading in. And all you need is our standard subscription. And then it uses our real-time alerts, our real-time data. So Paysetter, what I do, Paysetter saying, and I'm afraid to take a trade. I have done so well today. That's what he's saying. So this is what I do, guys. Now, I'm not going to go into the full money management and all, but when I trade, I try to risk about the same amount every trade. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, $500 the next trade, 50 the next trade. Okay, I try to keep my risk amount that I'm prepared to lose if the trade doesn't work about the same every trade. But if I do really well, let's just say for argument's sake, I'm risking $500 a trade. If I do really well on the first couple of trades, and they just pop and they give me great gains and all that, typically what I do is I may then reduce my risk for the balance of the day. So instead of risking, say, $500, maybe I'm only risking $100 a trade. Just, I'm just making these numbers up. Okay. That's typically what I do. Because there's nothing worse than, having a great start and then giving it all back. Oops. And whatever that risk is, pace setter. Yeah, it doesn't. Now, meanwhile, look at TKNO. TKNO, my guess. Look at this now, 15%. This is why I'm saying, guys, you can get some big percentage moves here. Look at TKNO and zipped up here. I don't see any news on it. Pretty low float, 19 million in the float. So again, guys, I reiterate, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions. Okay, guys. Well, listen, Mira is not dead. It is not dead. In fact, it's kind of doing what I was hoping it would do. Just hanging around that 185 mark. Now, listen, it could just completely give it up, of course, but the longer it keeps holding around this 185 mark, which is that high right there, if later on in the day it decides that the enthusiasm comes back, enthusiasm meaning the volume comes back, this could maybe pop through two and have an end of day run, afternoon run. I'll call it an afternoon run. All right, Shady is in a shop short. Let's take a look at shop, SHOP, with a 6250 stop. And you can see you can see exactly why that looks like a really good stop, because look at the 15-minute chart, and that's the high, 6250, basically, with the bodies anyway, not the topping tail, but the bodies of those 15-minute candles right around that 6250 mark. So that's why I'm assuming Shady put a stop right there. Well, if you're a beginner to the market, Jermaine, okay, if you're just a beginner to trading, then this is what I would do, because trading is not easy. And our program is called Trade Ideas. It generates great ideas, okay? But you still have to have a basic understanding of how to read a chart and support and resistance and things like that. So if you don't have any of that, then this is but I can show you a series of videos that I really think you should take a look at before you do any trading. And then when you start to, you can start to practice with our simulator. But if you click on our homepage link, click on that homepage link again, and then where it says Trading 101, this is about 38 videos. Okay, you don't have to look at every one of them, but this gives you, I think this is a great start for somebody if you're just beginning to trade. Because here's the deal: you click on an alert, TKNO, the charts are trying to tell you a story. And if you don't understand what you're looking at, then it's pointless. And I'm not trying to be too harsh, but that's the reality. Oh, it can be. It can be, but you see what's happening, it's pointing you like this and this are pointing you to stocks that are really trading actively. Okay. I mean, earlier on in the day, I mean, there were some excellent ones. It depends how early you want to take a trade, but there were some excellent ones. I mean, the TKNO right now, sure, I mean, hopefully it makes sense. Looks like this would be a real chase right now. But what if it pulls back? I'm going to some terms here. What if it pulls back to the VWAP at 290? That can be a support area, pulling back to the VWAP at 290. See what it does there if it gets down there. But you can also see, if you look right on left on the weekly chart, that it's coming into potential resistance. Yeah, I don't know what, I don't know what's going on with the AI. I'll be honest. I mean, we didn't have anything on Friday and we've got nothing today. So I have no explanation for why we're not getting any alerts at all. All right, now look at Sava as an example. 1265 is the VWAP, and it got down to that area. Let's see if it gets close again and holds, and then maybe that acts as support. Maybe. So what I'm going to do, I'll just stick an alert in that area. Price right click, create the price alert. Okay. And there's a blue line appearing on my screen. Let's see if it gets close to that area. The only issue I've got is that if it takes it out and moves down, I have no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Wow, take a look at Genie here. Genius Sports. Okay, GENI. So over the whole number one. That's good. Looking left on the weekly chart, looks like there's a high at 624 and then at 625. I'm going to stick an alert in that area because we're not that far away, only 7 cents away. Because you can see that if it takes that out, then when you look left, look at all the room it's got, 750. Again, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to get up to 750, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Whoa, Myra, on the way up. Halted on the way up. Shoot. No, not shoot if you're in it already, but I just wished it would happen in the afternoon. Now, let's see where it could open. So again, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Here's your halt price for Mira, 198, $2. Not a big difference, of course, from the halt price. Yeah, no shorts for me either for Mira at Interactive Brokers. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I just got word. It'll be Andy actually in our YouTube room today. Okay, Andy will be in our YouTube room today. Chris is off today. So in about an hour, I'll be taking my break. All right. What's this one doing? IGIC, International General. I've never seen this one. I have never seen this one. That's the, you know why? I don't think I've ever seen a stock out of Jordan. That's a flag I'm just not familiar with, and that is a Jordanian flag. Now, it's a Bermuda domiciled company, I guess, for tax purposes, but never seen this one before. IGIC. So you will hear me say, if you're new to all this, but you'll hear me say many, many, many times, if you get into one of these low float stocks, 2.8 million in the float, which is very, very low, you cannot wander away from your computer thinking, oh, wow, it's just going to keep going up or it won't drop that much. I think I'll go downstairs, make a cup of tea or something, feed the dog, and you can come back to this, okay? And even worse, you cannot wander away from your computer if you're in a low float stock. I don't even like wandering away from my computer, any stock I'm in, but especially if it's a low float situation, because this is what can happen. So there's the mirror opening it. You know what? It just got halted again. I tried to get it. I did not get it. It just got halted again. Shoot. Trying to get it right, and it was telling me you can't take that trade. It's halted, or it's going to get halted. Well, let's see where it opens. 225. And this is the news. Of course, we saw all this in the pre-market, okay? Rallies 154% on preclinical results for ketamine drug. So that's the big reason. And I don't know what phase it is. Preclinical result, preclinicals. So William, that's not even phase 1, right? That's not even phase 1, is it? That's preclinical. So I mean, but doesn't matter. That's what's happening. Okay, so the question was, and what is a low float stock? Okay, so First of all, we have to define what the float is, okay? So you see the float right here. Let me get to a real low floater. I mean, that, you know, the mirror is very low. Okay, 2.8 million in the float. So first of all, the float is defined as if you take the total number of shares outstanding and then you start subtracting what the C-suiters, the CEO, COO, et cetera, own, and maybe some large mutual funds, then you get what the float is. So take a look at Apple as an example. You could use, I don't like to pick on Apple, but you know, Apple, 15.46 billion are in the float. But if you looked at the shares outstanding for Apple, I don't have it here, but it would be more than 15.46 billion because again, you take the number of shares outstanding and then you start subtracting what all the C-suiters and the mutual funds, big, large mutual funds, because those shares that the C-suiters and the mutual funds own typically cannot be traded on a daily basis. So that's when you get that. That is what the float is. Okay. So now you can see that Apple has a huge float, 15 billion. That's why Apple typically, you know, I'm not talking about options and all that. I know people can trade the options and do very well, I guess. But if you're trading this stock, you know, it's up, you know, 0.67%. So for me, that's just not interesting. I'm not saying you know, for others, it might be fantastic, but, you know, for me, it's just not interesting. So if you look at CMAX, or what was the one, CMAX? Yeah, so 2.8 million. Compare that to the Apple's 15 billion in the float. So think of it now, for me, any stock that is under 20 million and under is a low float. But again, if you were a person used to trading Apple with 15 billion in the float, you might think of 100 million is low float. Okay, you might think 100 million is low float. So it all really depends on what you're used to trading. But getting back to this situation, so just think of the float then as being the supply of stock, the supply. And when there is demand for whatever reason, and you can see the demand is in the form of how many shares have been traded. 33 million shares have traded. There's only 2.8 million in the float. Now, if you wonder, well, how can that be? How can it, you know, trade more than the float? That's because we're counting every trade. So I buy, I sell, I buy, I sell, I buy, I sell, and you know it's happening with thousands of people. So that's how you get float turnover. You know, if you divided 2.8 into 33 million, you know, you're going to get not quite 50. We'll call it 14. It's traded the float 14 times approximately. Okay. So again, think of it this way: low supply, high demand for whatever reason. What happens to virtually any commodity on earth? If you've got, you know, a short supply of something, and then for whatever reasons there's high demand, what happens to the price of that? Goes up, right? Same with stocks. Low supply, high demand. Price, that's the only way a stock can be up 143%. You're not going to see Apple up 143% unless something absolutely extraordinary happens because the float is just too big. You know, think of Apple as being like a huge ocean liner, and to turn it around, it's going to take forever. Whereas a speedboat can just, you know, can move very quickly. So that's why, you know, when you hear me say, well, this is a low float situation, that's why, you know, and you can just absolutely know that something is a low float when, you know, a stock is up 150%. Yes, you could see their Trump. Yeah, sure, Trump, their options. I get it. I don't trade options, so that's why, you know, I wanted to say I know people trade Apple options and Microsoft and Tesla and all the. Well, Tesla moves actually a fair amount, but stocks that don't like companies where their stock doesn't move that much. Yeah, I get it. You can probably trade the options. Sammy, good morning. Okay, Jermaine, did that kind of make sense? But I haven't, I haven't put, a maximum float or anything in any of these scans. I haven't done that. But you just know that a stock, that is up even 10%. It's tough for a stock to go move 10% unless it has some really specific news about it. Could be an earnings play or some very specific news about it. All right, Mira, look at this, ticking me off like you wouldn't believe. So here we go. Potential opens around 250, 240 now. Because we do have a float filter. We do have a way in which you could say, okay, I want to restrict the float to only say 10 million. I don't do that. But knowing that a stock that is moving fairly rapidly in the race, or certainly in the momentum scan, and it's up, 222%, it has to be a low float. And the same thing on the way down. I mean, 11% down, that's a big move for a stock. 27 million in the float. That's pretty low. Now, it doesn't mean to ignore stocks that are, got a high float or something like that. But, look at this one. I mean, here's an example. And this is a good example. So how can this is down 16% because it had very specific news. Ryanair's an earnings play. Look at the float, a quarter of a billion in the float. So you can get some big moves with large float stocks when they have specific news. And this one is an earnings play. Earnings, again, if you're unfamiliar with, you know, earnings plays, I mean, for me, an earnings play is any company that releases earnings before the market open, which is what happened with Ryanair this morning. Or you'll see tomorrow stocks that release earnings after hours today will be in play tomorrow. Yes, it is longer than a 5-minute halt. Yes. So Carve and U1 and a couple of other ones used to trade in tandem. I haven't seen this one for a while. Meanwhile, Myra, so got halted around that 222 mark, maybe a little bit above, and now it's opened and at 234. Again, guys, blue screen from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, and it is causing me much anguish. But you know what, guys? There will be another one. Maybe not today like this one, but there will be others this week. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I just have to get up and stretch just for a bit here. Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. Remember, I was talking about porch just a while ago. Let's see, take a look at porch, PRCH. But again, looking left, 208, too close, too close. There's our next high looking left. So for me, it's just too close where it could stall. Now, CMAX. Yeah, you look at this. I mean, it basically got to the VWAP, guys. 397, the VWAP. There it is, that area right here. And so far, that is holding. Okay, guys, I'm actually looking at the GoNoGo now for CMAX. I want to see if just stick an alert around 4:30-ish or so. Yes, the last week AI history well, not just last week, but you can go back as much as you want. Long as it was a previous, and listen, this is so strange to see nothing today again. I got to hope that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there's Mira, guys, just open. Yes, but anyway, Andrew, yes, you can trade last week's, or you can trade. You just do a history. So AI long. So just give me a moment. So this is actually a month, I guess, 621 to 723, about a month of symbols. Okay. Well, guys, I mean, look, look, Mira, if you know Spanish. 431 is the next high. No, Andrew, there are not any alerts yet. Again, from the AI. No. So Mira now halted on the way down, right? Okay, halted on the way down. Give me a moment. All right, guys, 11:26. So yeah, about half an hour. I'll be taking off. For an hour. No, not. Yeah, I see this MNTS. I see that MNTS. Ooh, forgot to keep watching this one. So there's the gap down and go for SVV, guys. Gap down and go. Now this might get might stall right at 10. Not bad. I mean, 10:36 was the alert to short. Forgot to keep watching this one, SVV. All right, Mattel. Mattel. Now this, guys, this is not usually, this is a big one. Usually these big guys do not get halted. This is a volatility halt. It is a volatility halt, not a news halt. But Clatterton approached Mattel with acquisition offer. So I guess somebody's maybe taking a look. This Clatterton, or Catterton, excuse me, Catterton, buyout firm, Catterton approaches Mattel with an acquisition offer. And that is, so that's why Mattel has been halted. It's almost like a news halt now. And that is MAT. Barbie. It isn't mine, Brian. I'm looking at mine. I see it. MAT. I do see it. Not sure why yours doesn't. Tank, good morning. Yeah, I don't have an, I mean, sometimes the only time I don't see a halt is if a stock gets halts and then it resumes and then it gets halted almost immediately again. Sometimes the halt doesn't show up for me on the server I'm on, but not not the initial halt usually. So I have no explanation, Brian. I don't know why it's not showing up. It can't be a filter. Unless you've got it. No, it can't be a filter. Are you using mine? Yeah, it's not normal though that it would miss a halt, the first halt. It's not normal. So I have no explanation. Sorry. All right. Mara halted again, guys, this time on the way up. Boy, this has been, yeah, this halted again. Yes. So it resumed and then it got halted again. And it looks like when it comes out of a halt, it's going to take out the high of the day. Looks like it. Are you really, Brian? Wow. Well, a bullish sign, obviously. I mean, if a stock gets halted, okay, and then you look left in this column, if you've got Interactive Brokers, I mean, I have no idea how you see this in any other trading platform, but I mean, if you've got Interactive Brokers and you see the potential open is above the current price, then sure. I mean, that usually means it's going to open above the current price, the halt price, usually. Not 100%, but usually. So of course that would be bullish. Well, Brian, I guess you must be using sleep masks or something like that. Now that you've got almost 24 hours a day sunshine, blackout curtains. Yeah, I mean, trying to hide. Yeah, the furthest north I've been in Whitehorse in the Yukon, and in the middle of summer. Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, I know you're further north, but yeah, playing golf at midnight, bizarre. All right, guys, WBX. Well, let's take a look at Mattel. We're back to Mira. Look at CrowdStrike right now, guys. CRWD, CRWD. I mean, it pulled in right into that. You know, if you follow Steve Gold, you know he loves that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's that blue line right there, and it pulled into it, and that looks like it stopped it, and was resistance to moving higher. I mean, this is going to take a long time for anybody to have a lot of confidence in this company. in my opinion. Man, I mean, $400 2 weeks ago. Okay, guys. Yeah, I just got another confirmation. So Andy will be taking over for me in about 25 minutes. Again, Chris is on vacation today. Well, serve is another one that's coming right into that 10 SMA. I hope it pops up for you. You can see it coming right into that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Gets over 12 though, and this could have, yeah, it could have a nice little run. You mean Hasbro is looking to potentially take over Mattel? So you might get into a bidding war. Is that what you mean, William? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. He's also discussing a potential submission of offer for that, man, two long time, I don't know, bitter rivals, but certainly long time rivals, Mattel and Hasbro. Okay, well, there's Mattel and just exploded out of that halt, 1707, got up to 1869. Yeah, we sure would not want to have one company with a toy monopoly. But and that's Mattel. I mean, that's a big move, guys. 348 million in the float, 15% move. That is a big, big move. Okay, how's DQ doing? Yeah, did not pop up. Well, you know what? That little high right there, the daily high, that kind of stalled it. You can see the high in the weekly chart was 1818 and the high right there, 1827. So it got a little bit above that weekly high, but not enough. Wow, look at Mattel. Keep is 100% Mattel has Barbie. 100%. I mean, you should see my Barbie collection. Actually, my wife has I bought her an architect Barbie. Okay, there's serve now over 12. I was kind of kidding, Jason. Okay, guys, serve is over 12 now. The next high looking left is 12.35. I'm interested. I am interested. I want to see how well it holds over 12. Man, meanwhile, Myra, look how many times Myra has been halted and resumed all day long, guys. Myra now over 3. I mean, I thought it would. I mean, look, this 430 could be challenged today even. And then Myra halted again, guys, on the way up. This one, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, but this one looks like an interesting short. I know it's sort of a takeover RTO. We had an alert here at 31.73. It is, not done too much since then, but it looks like it's just drifting down a little bit. RTO. I would probably take this short, but I'm going to be on my break, so I'm not going to. But I mean, it's just breaking down. Now, takeover interest. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course, but all right, guys. So serve is now back over 12, barely back over 12, barely. All right, we have a change in plans now. So it is not going to be Andy. It'll be Michael Noss. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room taking over for Chris today. A bit of a juggling of responsibilities. So Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. I'll hand the YouTube room over to him. Well, there's certainly enough shares to short for Mattel. 9.35 million interactive brokers. I'm sure all brokers have short availability for Mattel. There's the 200-day moving average, 1865. Will that hold it? Though this is, completely may not matter at all. This is all, I don't know if it's a rumor. Has Mattel, yeah, I mean, has Mattel actually confirmed that? Okay, CMAX is coming back a little bit now, guys. I mean, it's the highs around the 5 level. Again, that 10 SMA kind of held it. The VWAP probably, yeah, 397. So again, if you're more of a pullback player and you've got something that you've got like a moving average that you like to put on your chart, you can kind of see that CMAX pulled into that 10 SMA, which is almost the same as the VWAP at 397. So that appears to be acting as support. Okay, guys, sorry about that. 11:48. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in the main room before I forget. Michael's not there yet, but he'll be there in about 10 minutes or so. And look at that move. I mean, 20% move now since the race started for Mira, 20% move. When you think, it can't possibly keep moving higher. Again, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is probably a darn good thing. So guys, let me draw your attention to, I haven't talked too much about the go, no go, but right here, you can see, whoops. Well, okay, I had, had an arrow here, but you can see right there, there's the color change, the transition from the, whatever color you want to call this to the blue. And that was around $2. Really corresponding a little bit to this right on the 15-minute chart. And that's the go, no go right there. Now, Michael will probably talk a lot about that more than I will. Well, I haven't talked about it that much today, but I'm sure he'll probably talk about it more than I will. Or he'll talk about it because he's sort of the guy who's kind of created some of the scans for it. Not that this was a scan for it, okay? I'm using it in a different way. I just want to, on the alerts that I get, now let's take a look at CMAX, see if I can find the same sort of setup for CMAX, okay? This is what I was saying, the go, no go for me is something that can be used certainly later on. So if you look at CMAX right here, you can kind of see that, again, if this transitions to the light, to this blue here, if this greeny, cyan, whatever we want to call it, transitions to this blue here, this could give us a setup. Because the high of the day is still far enough away that it could challenge that high of the day. But I would get Michael to really show you what it is all about. And again, it's part of the this test drive right now, guys. Now, I'm not going to be able to do anything because I'm taking my break, but you can see I put a this is how I'm kind of using it when especially these active ones, setting up different times during the day. So I put a price alert there, and had that price alert also signified a color transition, I probably would have taken the trade. But it has not yet. And again, if you want to, I'm 100% sure Michael is going to go over this. So Eagle Guy, what I would do is head over to, go to YouTube when Michael is there. He's going to be there in about 5 minutes, okay? And he'll explain it in a lot, probably more detail than myself. But you have to go to the GoNoGo channel, number one. Okay, the GoNoGo channel, doc channel bar, and then the GoNoGo channel. And I know these are not available, but then I'm sure Michael will go over the ones that are intraday that are available, okay? You're going to have to go to the Market Explorer. Very, very convoluted, okay? I get it. You have to go to the Market Explorer, and you have to pick, there are 3 that actually work, because you have to be able to click on an alert to turn it into the GoNoGo charts. Once you've done it once, then you can type in any symbol you want. But I'll let Michael explain that, okay? But again, this is what I would also do. You can go to the GoNoGo channel, 2 videos that explain what GoNoGo is all about, and also a little bit of text right here. This really simplifies it. Okay. Yeah, so you see what happened. There was no transition, so didn't take the trade. Even if I had, was looking to take the trade, I'm not looking to take a trade because I'm going on my break. But I'm going to really kind of rely on this color transition. The change didn't happen. That would have kept me out of the trade, which is a good thing because it did not. Look what happened. I got up to 449 and pulled all the way back down to 418. Meanwhile, Mira, halted again, right? Yeah, Mira halted again. 385. My goodness, guys. I mean, we're not that far away. 431. I mean, it's not going to, nothing will surprise me now. I mean, the next high looking left is 435, 430, sorry, on the weekly chart. We have a potential open at around 385. Amazing. All right, just give me a moment, Michael. Okay, guys, so Michael is in our YouTube room right now. I've put the YouTube link in, so Michael is there right now. Wait a minute. I better put my announcement in though first. So I'm on a break.
It's Andy, Barry.
Oh, it's Andy.
Yeah.
But he just told me it was going to be him. Okay, never mind.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you better. Guys, got to get your act together.
Well, not.
I don't care.
No,
I don't care who takes over.
He hasn't been watching. Yeah. Let's see.
Just give me a moment. Because he just told me he was taking over, but that's okay.
I told you 30 minutes ago. You
I
sure
know you did,
okay.
but then he said, "No, I'm going to take over." So
unless he,
I don't really care who.
I don't. Well, if he
As
wants
well.
to take, if he wants to take over.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, now I
No,
think
he's
he just
in.
probably.
Oh, he probably
Okay,
just
well,
went out.
listen, you guys duke it out. I'll let you go. Whoever wants to take over. So, guys, I'm taking off in the main room. It's either going to be Andy or Michael in the YouTube room, and I'll see you guys in about an hour. So I'll let you guys figure it out. Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm not going to fight too hard, Auntie. It's up to you.
Hey,
I just told Chris a while ago that I'd do it, so I wanted to make sure.
Yeah. I think at the set when he threw that out there, I told him I would do it, and maybe you came after that. He said he'd switch with me and do my Friday, and I kind of need that because I'm probably going to take a half day off. So yeah, once
Oh,
you,
gotcha. Good for you.
Yeah, you got enough to do, Michael.
All right, I'll
All right,
continue to get ready for the big time.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
All right.
All right,
Well,
man. Thank you.
no problem.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you later.
Uh-huh. All right, guys. Let me share my screen real quick. Make sure you guys can see everything. All right. Hello, guys. How are you doing? This is a support webinar. Chris is out today on a holiday, so not a holiday, but a vacation day. And so anyway, I'm filling in for him. So welcome to the support webinar. If you have any questions about the software, be sure to drop it into the chat window, and more than likely, I'll be able to help you out. If not, uh, I will direct you to the right person. So, hi, David. How are you, buddy? It has been a while. It has been a while. Good to hear from you. Yeah, yeah, I noticed that time today. I was thinking I had an alert thinking it was gonna jam down to this support session. I mean, yeah, the support session. Support level and never got there. I haven't been doing a whole lot today. Honestly, Chris has been gone, so I've been busy in support and some other things, some biz dev stuff. So not doing a whole lot. I had some Faz that I bought the other day, pretty much at pretty much at the lows, but I got stopped out on that right on that tick right there. I should have put it lower, but oh well. Other than that, yeah, what you see is pretty much what I'm just not doing. I don't like this market right now. It's got to, and this is when it gets tough for a lot of people who've been, trading over the last few years where you could almost buy every pullback, and expect to be, in the money. Like a day like today, it would just keep going after this horseshoe right here would just keep going now. I don't know. The winds feel a little bit different. I don't know if it'll continue this way, but I was really thinking, and I still think we probably can get down here and test the 50 at some point, but we'll see. Maybe not. But yeah, what I like is when you had, because typically in this, and I do this all the time as myself, guys, is when you have a nice run from here to here and you make some good monies, and then you sit here and you keep trying to buy it back, and these red, just basically selling. Next thing you know, you're giving back, 20% of this move, and then you keep trying. So I am proud of myself for basically hanging on to all these wins, giving back just a fraction. So that's okay. Yeah, yeah, good job. That's what you do. You got to be patient, Trader 77, in times like this. If you're a day trader, that's different. But even as a day trader, the moves won't seem, as robust as they used to be. In other words, it just seems like you got to take your profits a lot quicker when you're day trading, when the sellers are kind of in control, which the last 4 trading days they have kind of been in control. Okay, I got a sound alert. I bet you that's at the 50 period moving average. Yes, it is, but not really interested. I did just pick up a little bit of Bob. I just kind of like the way it was setting up for pop. If it can go to highs, it'll go over that 10 period moving average, but we'll keep it tight. All right, guys. Once again, if you have any questions, be sure to drop it into the chat, and I'll get to work on it. But meantime, let's drop this down and start looking maybe for a little opportunity. Wow, not sure what happened there. That was a nice little midday. I'm assuming that was a halt and and then jump up to there. I'm not sure what's going on there. Had a lot of bios in my homework this morning that really didn't follow through. There was some nice looking BCRX was one of them. It was looking nice, but failed. I didn't buy any of them. But tell you, this XBEV has sure been trading well lately. I mean, compared to the rest of the China stocks. Uh, Above all, it's pretty moving averages, except for the 200, of course. But that was on my radar today. But really, just never saw an opportunity. take a look at the cues. And yeah, I noticed a lot of them that had a nice gap this morning. Apple gave it all up. That's ugly. Amazon went negative. Microsoft barely hanging on to some positive gains. Nvidia doing a little bit better, but even it's pulling back as well. And really, when you get in no man's land, Trader 77 is correct. You put a alert to the like an upside breakout, in the cues. Maybe when if this 10 period and 20 period kind of converge, and then you get a move back above, this area right here that may go into the gap. Put a alert, at the 50. This is kind of what I'm doing when I'm not very active trading. I'm pulling up stocks and I'm looking at areas where I may consider, buying them. Another level might be, way down here in the queues. But just when you're in no man's land right now, you just gotta sit on your hands or scalp. All right, so let me take a look. Since China is probably the strongest sector, let's take a look around. Time is doing very well. Neo's kind of in no man's land. TCOM. Momo's actually been holding up well to be. It's just an ugly daily, but over the last couple of months, been performing well. Yeah, just not a whole lot to get excited about. I did buy some Intel. Uh, I held on to a little bit. I was trading it very well during this period right here, and held on to a little bit, and then bought some more right around this level. This morning, expecting that 20 to hold. We'll see. Okay, Peter, yeah, we were just talking about Mattel. I this is kind of one of those things I'd like to know what's going on. I mean, because it's for Mattel to be up 20%, obviously there's some news around it. I haven't looked technically. Here you go. Remember how we talk about trend lines? Let's draw one and look right there, trying to poke above its trend line. Now, I'm not one to buy a stock, especially like one like Mattel up 20% on the day. Uh, but if it keeps going, maybe I'll put an alert at this trend to see if it comes back and test it. If it wants to come back and test this. But right now, it's kind of in no man's land for me. Shaw, Andy, does trading mostly based on moving averages? I know Steve mostly trades off the 10 SMA. Uh, mine is kind of different with Steve's. I mostly look for setups and not just now if a stock is coming back to a 10 SMA, yeah, I will. And I happen to have a price alert or see it on one of my scans, yeah, that could be a setup that I would want to watch. But for me, I mostly look for setups, and let me try to find an example of stocks that were on my setup watch list today. zoom in on this. You can see this is a great example. This is one where Jumia pulled back, to its 10-period moving average. So there you go. There's where this is a setup that Steve and I would both like because it's catching that 10-period moving average. And look there, it bounced, actually touched it, gapped up, came back and touched it again today. Now, unfortunately, I was, like I said, busy with a lot of support, and I wasn't able to watch a lot of this stuff today. But there's a nice setup that you also had the 10-period moving average in play. So that would definitely be one, and it's going to highs right now. There was a good setup, breaking that 3-day high and went to a monthly high there. This was on the list today. Now this one you can see was through its 10-period moving average. It kind of closed at it. So that was, yeah, that's a good setup. But there, just a break of that 3-day high and a nice move, some decent relative volume. I thought Packer looked pretty good today. There's your 10-period moving average. So yeah, Steve and I we have the kind of same mind when we're looking for these pullbacks, but I don't necessarily have to have a 10-period moving average. There could be other setups as well. That was on the list today. Excuse me real quick. Pull this over. Steve, Steve won't play a lot of, or doesn't play a lot of big caps like I do. I trade big caps pretty well. He will, just not his cup of tea. There's high. What's that BT doing? I'll put alert at $4 just in case it pokes above that level. Okay, buyout offers on Mattel. Okay. Yes, people want to own a toy company, huh? Thank you, Nibtop. So Baidu doing. And there's the pullback in Mattel, but nah, I'm just not. Yeah, seeing some of the China schools popping. Tau had a little volume bar there. EDU. Mister. Yeah, it could very well be. This is the typical trading after you get a big move in something like this, where you're kind of the bulls and bears go back and forth, and this could very well end up very close to a doji. But you know, who knows? I'm seeing some of those pop up here. Let's see what Tau does after that volume bar. Just not seeing a whole lot. Nope, spies are trying to dig in. Huge, huge pivot level right there. So it's got some work to do for sure. Sorna, yes. Can I create multiple chart windows, each having a different ticker? Yes. I am a new TI customer. When I open multiple chart windows and change the ticker on one window, they all chart. Yes. All you have to do, well, there's a couple things you can do. I don't know if you just want to see that ticker only and not have it linked with like another scan. But if you only want to just watch one ticker and have it static, all you got to do is go to properties and just take off symbol linking. See that symbol link will just uncheck it. Okay. Now there is a way where you can link to different windows just by using a color code. So let's say I had a docked window with a bunch of scans in it, and I only wanted to see this chart linked to that docked window, what I would do is just go into this chart and go to properties, symbol Lincoln, and maybe give it in a color of red. Okay. And then I would do the same thing in my docked window. I would go to each scan and I would do the same thing just by going to linking and color coding it red. And that way it would only change when you hit a scan that was color coded red. I hope that makes sense. But the easy way, if you just want to watch, like my spies down here, they don't move when I click on a window, right? As they're static, that's because I have the symbol Lincoln turned off. So I hope that makes sense to you, Sorna. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. No, I don't think you're going to be able to use the Go No Go during that, and that's just because of the partnership that we set up with them. Okay, it is a proprietary technology. Okay, and we're having to work some of the background. That being said, I take that back. We've been going back and forth because what we want to make sure we do is I'm going to try trade me a stock real quick. Uh, what we want to make sure we do is be able to, once we have the test drive, okay, that we're able to turn it back off again, okay, in our back office. And we were having trouble being able to do that, but I think we got that fixed. And from the last I heard, yes, I take it back. We are going to be able to, to use it uh, during the test drive. Okay, there you go. Trader 77 has it. So maybe we're just allowing certain features. You can't use the scans right now, but the color coded in my stock windows. Okay. Stock windows. Are you talking about charts when you say stock windows? You mean your chart windows, Trader 77? I tell you, man, it's pretty cool stuff. I yeah, he's talking about the chart windows. Let me just pull up one real quick to show you guys, so you guys will uh go no go 5 minute chart window load, and there's time. I just bought this Go 2 at 14, and you can see, look at that. I wasn't looking at it at the time, but it just turned blue. So cool stuff. I mean, especially for the new traders that where you may be not accustomed to knowing when to buy a stock. uh you can just follow the colors, man. Remember back when you were a little kid, the coloring book, they were like color coded with, you just color in the numbers and it turned out to be a pretty picture. Well, this is kind of like that. It just kind of helps traders. Listen, if it's purple, stay away. If it's orange, maybe that's neutral. But me, a lot of times I'll take a trade during a neutral color just because maybe a half position, and that way when it would turn blue, I take a bigger position. But yeah, Baba trying to go to highs, or no, trying to get through that 10 period moving average. But I tell you, it's going to be a very nice feature. We already got lots of people signing up. Yeah, Trader 77 likes it. And even for a trader like me, that has a tendency sometimes to anticipate too much on a move. Maybe this will keep me more. Uh, yes, Peter, it's good stuff. It really is. And you can be so disciplined as to, hey, enter a trade, especially if you're a very active trader, a day trader. You enter a trade. When the bar turns blue, and then if it turns maybe orange or whatever, you get out. But It will definitely help those who are just not, haven't been trading for very long. Even look at all these testimonials coming through here, man. Trader 77 likes it. Mark Patterson said it's a gem. So, and of course, if you do get the full product, it's $49, and you will get the scans in there as well. I've played around a little bit with the scans, but uh, uh, I think personally, there's some swing trading stuff in there too. On the daily charts. Actually, most of it is, but I think it's going to be very beneficial to those. Now, you want to probably could put it on a smaller time frame. I typically will use 15 minutes. Let's put a 15-minute chart on this and see what it looks like. So if in a 15-minute chart, this is actually still a green, and I cannot remember exactly what green maybe means get ready. But no, I think the 5-minute chart works best if you're day trading. And Michael uses the same thing, and I think Barry does too. But that was just kind of a sympathy trade when my towel alert went off after that volume. I just didn't really like buying towel right here and all this congestion. But so the go-to trade was a little sympathy trade. I used to do that all the time back in my day trading days. We'll see if it works. But yep, Trader 77 says he uses 5-minute for day trading as well. Kirk, good question. For swing trading, you'll see the two charts up here. I typically will use a daily and a 15-minute. Now, I will a lot of times, toggle from a daily to a weekly to just get a kind of a different perspective. But yeah, I don't need, as far as my swing trading goes, much more than the lowest I need to go is 15-minute, and that just kind of helps me with my entries a lot of times. Uh, I try not to focus on it too hard because obviously I'm a swing trader. So anyway, this will be a good little, since I just took this trade, this will be a good little thing to watch, over the rest of the last 30 minutes here and see how. Now I'm looking at this as a swing trade, but we can still kind of watch it as a day trade possibly, as the market is doing absolutely nothing. You're welcome, Kurt. And I don't know if that's you in the image, but if it is, I love the beard. Got the Michael Noss beard going. Uh, yes, guitar. You probably want to go to new, see if it's in there. It should be in there. Dock channel bar. Nice. Very cool, Kirk. Uh, go to dock channel bar, and you should see this channel right here. Go no go charts. Now it'll give you a little welcome screen that will kind of, and you want to watch these videos. It'll explain the color coding and all that. So definitely want to, obviously, if you're going to pay for something down the road and you want to figure out exactly what it's telling you as far as the color coding goes, Now, I'm not sure. Somebody was telling me they don't see the scans at this time, and that's probably has something to do with the proprietary technology, since we are offering it for free during the test drive. So maybe he doesn't want to offer the scans at this time for free. But let me know if somebody sees them. If you do have access to these scans. Okay, Pepe says there are only 3 scans available to us right now. You have to select one of them. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm sure. Now, Pepe, are you talking about for the paid product? Or are you talking about for the test drive? Test drive. Okay. Okay. If anybody out there has the paid version and you are using this, yeah, let me know if you do have a screen like mine where you have basically 6 windows. Uh, and okay, Ajay, let me show you what the difference is. Okay. Hold on just a minute. Let me just pull this down. All right. So if you go to new, okay, the AI strategy window, please make sure we got these right. Okay, yeah, the premium AI strategy. Yeah, the premium AI strategy window, if you fire that up, all you're going to be seeing is the strategies. Okay? You're not going to be seeing any trades in here. It's just going to show you basically the strategies that are in play for this day. We used to have a lot more strategies that would make, the cut and stuff like that. We've since pulled them back, so it's going to show you the strategies. It's going to show you the winning percentage from the night before when that was tested, the profit factor, uh, and it's going to give you the different segments. Really, where they're all kind of combined under one segment now. We used to have Holly Grail, Holly Neo, but the main window obviously is the strategy trades window. That's where you're going to see all the action. Go to new strategy trades window, and I'm being told, I think uh, for whatever reason, we haven't gotten any calls the last couple of days. This maybe have something to do with just the volatility in the market. Holly's not seeing any things, but I'm being told, I guess there's something in the works that tomorrow should be better. Because you got to remember, a lot of these strategies are built on daily charts and things like that. And much like myself, who's not doing a whole lot right now in this environment, if Holly's strategies are based upon intraday and daily chart patterns, that would be the reason probably why we're not um, seeing anything right now. So what we may have to do is go in, adjust some of these strategies, okay, so we can get more intraday action. And from what I'm being told, tomorrow should be better. But I'm sorry if some of you guys are in the test drive and you're frustrated that you're not seeing anything right now. But don't worry, we'll hopefully get that work fixed by tomorrow. All right, go to is pulling back, but it's still blue. Let's see, check out Baba, since I entered Baba. And Baba is blue, and you can see right there I entered it during the blue phase. So I didn't have it when I was entering these trades. I did not have that up, but that kind of tells me that, hey, my evaluating a potential entry in a stock is not too bad. Okay, you're welcome, Ajay or AJ. How I'm not sure how you say it, but hope I'm not butchering it. You know, being from Texas, more than likely I am. But let's pull back the GoNoGo docked window here. So the one I liked so far, I'm kind of liking these pullbacks on the daily. There's that Lee. I did buy a little starter in Lee. I didn't put it on my blotter just because I didn't want to look at it. I just want to put a stop in and not worry about it. But this pullback on the dailies here. Let me see if this is it. So me being a swing trader, this is an interesting chart. Now, what I would probably want to do is switch the monthly real quick to a 5 minute. And this could possibly, when you're looking for an entry in a stock that is pulling back, maybe keep the daily on the intraday. Yeah, let the new core. You can see this thing on the daily has pulled back to an interesting level right here. Oh wait, why did that go back to monthly? I thought I had it on 15. You know what? It may default back to its current settings. See if this thing sticks right here. Okay. I need to play around with this more, because I really like my candlesticks on daily charts. But so far for me, I think this is for me just because I can read daily charts pretty well. This is probably more beneficial on an intraday time frame using a 5 minute. But I'd still be going through and looking at some of these charts. Okay, let's try this, see if it works. No, when you click on it, it goes back to the monthly. So this does revert back to its defaulted position. All right, let's take a look at this. I'll tell you what, let's take a look at some of these stocks that are on the above moving average, like Mattel, still hanging out there in the blue. Okay, this is one that could potentially turn blue here in a minute, but need to get back above that 10 period moving average. Put alert in there, and when it goes off, we'll check it out and see if it's turning blue. There's another one that's probably getting close. Well, this was blue for a long time. D.H. Horton knows it. No, it's not D.H. Horton. It's that deep freight company. What's that stock that runs with that? Is it CDC? No, like I can't remember what's that other cannabis stock that runs with ACB? Can't think of the name of it right now. See something. Uh, Iris, honestly, I would download the beta version. It's probably if there's been any like recent releases or features, it's a good chance it's going to be in the beta version. Now, currently, I'm not exactly sure what that might be. Uh, but the thing about the beta version is we get them first, way before all the traders here. We get it and we test it. So typically, a beta version, you're going to be fine. Okay, it's going to be a little more advanced. Any bug that may have been in, we've worked through and worked out. So I would download anytime you see a beta version. I would jump to that one. Uh, but for the most part, it's just going to be a little bit newer. There's a chance that you might stumble something that we missed. Sometimes because there's a lot to look at. And for us to pound away and test at. So sometimes we do maybe miss something. But for the most part, uh, there's Baba at highs. Not at high. I keep saying highs just because my alert goes off. Let's put it at that high. You're welcome, Iris. We have two irises in here now. I don't know if she's in here today, but we've had an iris that's been with us for a long time, and Tal is coming through the races again over here. Do a quick check on that go to. Still hanging out in the blue. Yay. Uh, Getting back to this go no go. Sometimes it's hard for new traders to understand. Like, gosh, where would I get out of a chart? This is going to just be, like I said, a very easy follow the color pattern for somebody who may be learning how to trade, especially day trade. And not only that, it may help keep you in a trade longer. In other words, right now, if you're in this go to and you're thinking, geez, there's a chance, but I'm seeing a red bar now. But if you're looking down here at this color code, you're not seeing, yeah, it's just going to help you maybe hold on to those winners longer. The scans are there, but set up for daily. But you can add 5 minute. Yes, you're right. You're correct. You're correct. Now I know Michael is working on some intraday stuff. Okay, I think for the most part, the guys over at GoNoGo are probably swing traders like myself. But uh, it's basically just looking at a chart. So if a stock that's breaking down on the daily is going to basically look the same way as a stock breaking down on a 5 minute chart. I mean, not comparing the two, but I hope I'm making sense here. But uh, I'm just saying the same logic can be applied to an intraday chart, and really, I think it's going to help a lot of traders. So, for example, what was that one we were looking at earlier? Gosh, let me see if I can find that. DHT, was it? Yeah. I mean, look at this. Look how long. So let's say if you got entered this trade, let's say you missed the open, but you still caught it at, say 11:45. Okay. And you're about right here. Okay. On the blue chart. No, a little bit higher. All right. So it turned blue. And if you tell yourself, gosh, I'm going to hold on to this trade until it's not blue anymore. Very simple instructions, right? Look at that. Okay, then right here it turns green. Even though it's a good chance it may catch this 10-period moving average and move higher, that's a heck of a trade. That's basically, over 50 cents day trade. That's good money. Staying good money. Whereas if you're looking at a candlestick, you may be tempted, especially if you're looking at level 2. That'll scare you out all the time. That's why I don't recommend looking at level 2. But just no reason to get out of this. You can see what happened here. It ran into this pivot line right here. And not only that, it ran into the whole number. Okay, it's a very psychological number. So a number is going to be a pivot line regardless. So just a nice trade. Just follow the colors. See if we can find another one. Mattel. Well, that's kind of a mess. The gap got us on that one. Now this one would have been tough if you're looking at the green. Okay, so it's my first time really kind of dabbling, with this. I played around with a little bit on the 5-minute chart, but maybe I got to figure out what green is, since orange is neutral. So you're not really going into neutral yet. So maybe you don't pound out on green. Maybe you wait for an orange. No, Les, I talked about that a few minutes ago. I think, uh, and we're working on it, maybe changing some of the configurations in the background, because, I think a lot of times Holly is looking at uh, a lot of the daily charts, and the action that we've seen over the last 3 days may have thrown off its configuration some. So we may have to go in there and tweak it a little bit. Same thing as a trader has to do a lot of times when you start feeling the winds of change, in the current environment. Uh, so a lot of our trades, once again, if we're looking at more things than just intraday 5-minute volume bursts and things like that. So, but I know the dev. I was told that they're working on it, and we should be good, by tomorrow. But so let's hold our breath. But no, it has not been disabled. Take a quick look at the market.
Don't take a quick look at the market. Take a look at what I'm going to show you.
Okay, show me. Show me.
Put CMAX on a 5-minute chart. You guys are talking. I hear you talking about go no
Yep.
go. Okay,
Mhm.
look at CMAX on a 5-minute chart,
There you go.
and you see that transition. You see that just.
Yep.
So even though you might have thought, "Oh man, I missed this trade,"
Look at that. Yep.
how can I possibly? And look at all the sort of that little pea green, I call it, and then all of a sudden, look at that
Yep.
big. It took it out at
Yep.
471, and it
Yep.
just shot
It
right
sure
up to
did.
570.
Yep.
I mean, that's how, and so what I've been telling or suggesting to people anyway is that you could have your own watch list, and it could be made up of the active stocks of the day. Maybe take 5 or 6 of them,
Sure.
and just maybe thumbnail them. But
Mhm.
I guess you could put the GoNoGo charts on those thumbnails.
Sure you could.
But you know what? Just even put price alerts. That's all I did on that one, Andy. All I did was I put a price alert at 472.
There you
And
go.
because I saw that green, the little green
Uh-huh.
bar, and I thought, okay, what happens if it takes out that 472? Will it turn blue? I had no idea.
Yeah.
I had no idea at all. But I
It
got
did.
the price alert, click on it, and go, wow, okay, there we
There you
go.
go. There you go.
So that's
So
how
let
I'm
me
using it.
ask you. I've noticed a lot of charts that if you're using the green as kind of a time to get out, you could lose out on some money. So do you know exactly what the light green and what you call it pea green denotes?
Well, I would not necessarily get out of the trade unless I had a big down candle in that pea green.
Right.
I saw the example you were
Okay.
giving, but I mean, if it's just sort of flatlining across, I think for me, it's just like, okay, let's be aware of that.
Hmm.
Will it really start to move down? Okay. And but if as long as it kind of consolidates in that color,
Hmm.
I still won't get out of the trade. I'm just now more aware of, what, we could get a transition down.
Right.
So it's not just if I get a green, I'm out for sure, 100%.
Right.
No,
Right.
not
Exactly.
at all. Not at all.
Exactly.
The
And
orange line, sorry.
yeah. Oh, no, I was
The-
just gonna say a lot will depend too on your entry, right? I mean, so it's one thing if you got in this thing around three, around the break at 3:30 or something
right.
like that. But if you chase it up here at 4, there's a chance where you going from 5 all the way to negative. It's a little bit scary, but so you got to use
Yeah.
your own judgment, and a lot of it, the entry is the most important part of the trade, as we will all know, Barry. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well, in fact, if you go back on that 5 minute chart and you go back, excuse me, to 1150.
yep,
So I had to put a price alert right there at the high of that, and I got the alert. But guess what? It didn't turn blue afterwards.
hmm,
And so
yeah,
a lot of times I would have taken that trade. Looking at, I call it a normal chart. A lot of times I would have taken that
yep,
trade,
yep.
but I held off because
There you go.
it did not turn blue. And
Yep,
look what happened afterwards. I mean, it kept me out of the trade, and that went from what, 450 all the way back down to 380. And
yeah,
so, it's
good.
keeping me out of trades.
There you go.
The
That's a great example.
orange keeps me out. The
Sure,
orange, you know what the orange is. I mean, the orange is
right. It's
basically,
neutral.
it's neutral, saying
Right,
there's no big advantage one way or the other.
right.
So,
Good
but yeah,
stuff.
I'm really, I'm liking it a lot. I mean, and I'm liking it actually, uh, even sort of mid morning to late in the day, because a lot of times it takes a while for these things to really set up well, so you can really, really see what could be happening.
Yeah.
And so I don't get too bent out of shape missing it, because you could look at CMAX, and you can see the 930 candle was at P green, and then all of a sudden the next one, sure, but I don't like to take trades that early.
Right.
And had I, would have worked out, yes, but a lot of times it won't work out. But look how nicely it's set up later on.
Yeah. For
And I
sure.
don't know where this is going. I mean, this has
No.
got all sorts of room still.
Absolutely.
So
Uh, yeah. I'm digging it, Barry.
I'm
Yeah.
digging it.
Yeah.
I'm a hipster. I'm a digging it. Oh man.
Oh, but
Now I can, if you want to keep going. I mean, do you know how? Did you understand what Pepe was talking about when he said, because the GoNoGo is available during this test drive, but it's a little bit tricky in order to get the chart.
what do you mean tricky to get the chart? So the channel is not open?
Well, no, the channel's open, but the problem is, well, unless they changed it today. I don't think they did,
What do you,
according to
are
Pepe.
you talking about
So
the 5 minute chart?
yeah, you've got to go to the Market Explorer to open up one of those 3 scans that he talked about. Only 3 of them: GoNoGo, no GoNoGo in the 5, no Go rally in the 5, and no Go continuation on the 5. Yeah, so Pepe is saying, do you know what I mean by that? Because it's unfortunate, because what should have happened is that when people click on new and then they go to dog channel bar and then they open the GoNoGo channel, then what they're not seeing are any scans listed. Okay,
Okay.
there and in the no go new Go stocks daily, they're
Right.
not seeing any of that. And the only way you can get the chart to change is by clicking on an alert. Well, if you don't have an alert to click on, what are you supposed to do?
I
Well,
gotcha.
then you've got to go to Market Explorer and
Okay.
load one of those 3 5-minute chart or 5-minute scans, click on an alert, and then it'll change to a GoNoGo chart, and then you can put any symbol you want in there.
So
But you
here
see,
here we go. We go to select strategies, go no go, and then we go to one of these 5 minute charts or something like that. But
one of the
these,
5-minute scans.
scans. Okay, so you're not going to be able to put it into this doc, right? Are you saying to put it in this doc, or just
No,
build your own?
so for instance, let's click on the new no go 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'm doing it on my end. Okay, so you should see DJT and Ryanair as a scan. That's the new no go 5 minutes. You should see a couple of
New
symbols there.
no go 5 minutes, right? Not
Yeah.
the new go 5 minutes, just new
Right.
no go. Okay.
Yeah.
I see DJT.
Okay. Now you see, for people, then what they'll do is they can load, say, that scan, and then they click on one of the symbols, and then that'll change their chart into a GoNoGo chart.
Okay.
From then they
Got it.
can put whatever symbol they want in that GoNoGo chart. So if they have their own scans that they want to
Okay,
want
once
to put
you
in.
keep referring to a go no go, but you're not. So you're not just so basically just X out of the docked window it altogether.
Well, you could take the chart and duplicate it into a free floating window. So it's that if that the thing is that the only way to change that into a go chart is by one of those three 5-minute scans,
Okay.
and you just have to click on one symbol. You don't have to follow the scans at all.
Are you seeing my screen at all?
No. Why is somebody calling me? Forget it. It's not my wife. That's all I care about. Okay, let me see your screen.
Okay. So
Just give me a
I
moment.
have the channel open.
Okay. Yes.
So I think where you're confusing people is, are you saying just pull this up and then use it inside the channel? Or are you saying create your, okay.
All you
That's
have to
where,
do is click on the symbol,
okay.
okay, and then you've got a go no go chart. Now
Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa,
you
whoa. Where do, you're talking about it's going to change your faults. I got you. I got you. Your charts to go no go
well,
chart.
it could if you've got the right symbol linking. Probably it won't because it's very confusing. See, the
Yeah.
problem is, Andy, is that they don't have those scans. You see the scans on the right hand side, all
Right.
those daily scans. They're not populated with anything. Otherwise, it would have been so simple. You just click on one of those alerts, and then you've got your go no go chart. From
Right.
there, you can take that go no go chart, duplicate it into a free floating window, and just have it whatever alerts you got
Gotcha.
in any one of your scans, it'll
Gotcha.
change.
Okay.
It's just you've got to go through this intermediate step of loading one of those 5-minute from the Market Explorer in order to get it working.
Gotcha.
Not easy, but
No.
but
No. And from what I'm seeing, what I'm gathering though, I don't see any reason why you cannot just use the channel because they're still changing that too. I can just change this daily to a 5-minute chart.
okay, but go ahead, but you still have to load one of those other channels.
Right. But what I'm saying,
Or channels
yeah,
yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, you don't have to take it out. You're right. You don't have to take it
Right.
out into a free floating
Right.
like on its own. You're right. You don't have to.
Because what I would
Assuming
want,
the linking is right.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And I would want to color code these linking because what I would want to do is use it inside here so it's not messing up my candlestick charts like it just did.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Yeah. So you guys will probably have to play around with it. Uh, Mama's working. Uh, all right. But
All
yeah,
right.
I'm excited, Barry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like it. I mean,
I think it's gonna help a lot of traders.
yeah, I do too.
Yeah, for sure.
I do too. All right, Andy,
All
well,
right, my
thank you
friend. Yeah.
for spelling in for Chris. And
Yeah, no problem.
Chris will guess to be on Friday taking your
Yeah, he'll
spot, right?
probably
Okay.
because I'm gonna take another half day off. I was supposed
Okay.
to take one off last Friday and go see my mom, but that got killed. But anyway.
Okay.
All right, man.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Have a
I'll
good one,
take over
buddy.
the screen now.
All right, everybody, have a good one. We'll see you.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, guys, just give me a moment as I get a couple things going here. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now, and now I just need my music and set to go and get rid of. So, yes, so guys, I was talking to Andy, okay, in our YouTube room, and I was just pointing out, like, there's the classic, okay? Look what happened with the CMAX right here. Now, that ripped pretty quickly through, but you can see exactly what happened. Now, I'd had a price alert. See, this is not after the fact, guys. I put a price alert. This is the 1240 candle. Well, maybe, yeah, the 1240 candle. I put a price alert right there at 470, okay? And I thought, okay, what happens because it pulled back a little, what happens if it pops through it again? Will that actually turn that from the green, I call it green, I don't care, the green to the blue? And that's exactly what happened. Now, it really ripped, okay? You had to be quick. And it's not always going to be that fast. You know, you'd like to see it maybe just not, you know, because that just tore right through that. But that's kind of the idea. You can just see they're and was it Linda? Who was it? Was it Linda who said thank you? Yeah, it was Linda. It was Linda who said, you know, thank you for keeping me out of the trade here because at 11:50 I had done the same thing. I put a price alert right up here, okay? And I thought, okay, what happens if we get the price alert? Is that going to turn blue? Is that going to turn blue? Well, look what happened. It didn't. And so we had the price alert, you know, at 450 or so, and this got all the way back down to 370. So that kept me out of the trade. And Linda said it did the same thing because it did not turn blue. Now, look, this isn't, there is no such thing as a 100% infallible system, okay? But I'm just seeing enough that it's giving me confidence to try it out and, you know, with a proper stop and all. Okay. And what I was also suggesting is that you can take some of the, you know, some of the really active stocks and do exactly what I did. Take some of the acts. Let's take a look at TKNO. Well, this is on the way down, actually. So this actually right there. If you had shorts available, that was an opportunity to short. This is the reverse now. Okay, so you've got that light pink. If it turns deep purple, then that's an opportunity to short. Let's take a look at another one, the MEIP. Yeah. So I mean, look, if this is starting to come back, if this turns light green and then we get a blue later, it's possible. But we're not seeing it right now. This is not a, you know, another not a great example because the RR, same thing. I mean, these are, you can just see these are all stocks that were really active at the beginning and just giving it up. So here's Mira as an example. Okay, Mira was a great one right there. I mean, right there. Now, what happens if Mira turns blue again somewhere up here? Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick a price alert, you know, in this area, $3, and see if later on, if we get the price alert, number one, and that actually turns into a blue chart, into a blue line. So Jason, yes, it is part of the test drive, okay? But you really have to listen carefully, and anybody who wants this. So in order to access it, you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. And then here it is, GoNoGo charts, okay? So you click on that. Now, the first thing I would do, though, before you did anything, I would take a look at these two videos to understand, you know, the idea behind it. Okay, two videos, channel explained, launch the video. This also shows you in a, you know, very simply what the color transitions are all about, or what the colors are and the transitions. Okay, it's very simply put. Now, when you load this GoNoGo chart or GoNoGo channel, what was supposed to happen is that, you see, I've got symbols here. You will not. And I'm just talking to everybody, not just you, Jason. You will not see symbols here. Otherwise, it would have been so simple because you've got to be able to click on a symbol and then turn it into a GoNoGo chart. You can't do that because you don't have symbols here. So what you can do is this. You click, and hopefully, please listen. You want to write it down, and you see if Pepe is it. You don't have to. You can right click in the Channel Market Explorer windows and select one of the three scans. Where's that? To the right. Just give me a moment. To the right, to the right, to the right of what? To the right. You can right click in the channel, right click on the top. Okay, right click on the top. Ah, yes, yes. Well, I am. So I'm right clicking on it, but it's not opening anything. Ah, inside the scan. Ah, okay, I got you. Okay, so you don't have to go up here. Okay, so this is a slightly easier way to do it. Okay, this is what Pepe is saying. So you will not see anything in here. So, but just right click on the blank window. Okay, right click on the blank window, and then click on select strategy. Okay, box will pop up. Go down to GoNoGo, and then one of these three, one of these ones, the new no-go 5-minute, no-go rally, and the no-go, just click on one of these, okay? Because when you do that, you're gonna get a whole bunch of, I guess, is this it? Ah, but where does it show up? Where is it showing up, Pepe? Oh, it changed the scan. It changed the scan. Okay. Okay. So okay, I see. So whatever scan you've got highlighted, and then you right click. Ah, okay. I should know all this, but I don't. I see. Okay. And then click on one of these, click on the symbol, and then finally you'll have your no-go, you'll have your chart. Okay. Now you can stay in here if you want, or you can take this, you can take it and duplicate it into a free floating window. So now it's floating around up for you. And now, except where is this looking? What look at CMAX now, guys. Wow. See, I'm worried about the linking. So this is in the dock window. Yeah, everything in here now, anything you see here in that new scan, yeah, it'll be. Look at CMAX now. So that's kind of the crux of it, guys, okay? I mean, look at CMAX now, guys. I mean, this is just a monster from, it's just an absolute monster from here. So I was saying, I mean, a lot of say, well, wait a minute. I mean, I would have loved to have had it here. You could have. I mean, it's way too early for me, and there's no guarantee you would have done this, but there was a little transition there. But look at this. Look at this. All this consolidation. And so, if I could get this underneath 5 and this goes up to 621, I'm pretty happy. So let's take a look at some of the other ones, see if there's anything interesting. See, I didn't see this, but I mean, there's a transition right there. 124, yeah, up to 136. Nothing fantastic, but nonetheless, there is a transition, that little green. Now, if you're saying, well, how do I see that ahead of time? You can't really. I mean, the thing is that, but if I click on it now, it's not that far removed from this. And then now, as always, still looking left to see, well, okay, where could it keep going to? So I look at this and I think, okay, 137. I mean, if it can get through 137, and I can almost guarantee if it gets through 137, this will be blue. Okay. Because if it does get through 137, then you look left and look how much room there is over here. 267 is the next high. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the market. Here's a look at this market, what it's doing. So remember we had about an hour down, and now we've got an hour and 15 up. Okay, so Phil, the first thing you, and welcome by the way, the first thing you should do is, just give me a moment as I load my homepage, okay? So the homepage, my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So getting started. If you haven't done this yet, you might not have to do the first ones if you've already downloaded the program and you've logged in. But if you have not done that yet, these are, I would download and install your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. I would look at this, and absolutely introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. These are very short videos, and that'll get you going at least to understand conceptually what the program is all about. As you call it, learning the platform. We've tried to, in these very short videos, try to cover all the major aspects of trade ideas, okay? That's number one. So if you haven't done that, please do that first. Next, as far as getting ready for the contest, now the contest, you can only trade the AI alerts. So what you'll do, if you're just, the contest does not start till Wednesday. So if you're going to devote yourself just to the contest and nothing else, then, you'll probably want to do something like this. Click on new and then dock channel bar. And then these are, I don't know why they've split them up, but anyway, there's the AI long. And you'll notice there are no symbols in here yet. It's a very strange occurrence that we've had today and on Friday with no AI alerts, but you can trade these ones. Okay, also, it's not just the ones that are showing up on the day of, but you can also trade these ones. And this is the history. Now, how you trade them is up to you, of course, and you don't have to trade them. L means this was a long alert at some point. If you want to short it, you can go ahead. Okay, there's no, you just have to, you have to trade these symbols though, and anything else that hopefully shows up in our AI. And what you would be doing, and hopefully this is all laid out in the instructions. You have to be using our simulator. Give me a moment. So this is the broker. This is what we call brokerage plus. Okay. And all you do is click on new and then brokerage plus. This is the window that will show up. Now, down here, there you go. That will be the, first of all, let me get out because I probably is going to show disconnected. I'm not sure if it puts you right into the AI in July PMC. I'm not sure. If it doesn't, it'll probably say not connected. Just click on it. And they change this a little bit. Connect to the paper trading. So connect to the paper trading and then click on where it says paper trading, and then you'll be selecting AI in July PMC. That is the account you'll use. That'll be the account you use for the competition. Make sure you do that. And as far as taking trades, well, you just click on a symbol, and the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You can either pick from the drop down, or you can, pick the exact number you want. Whether you go in at the market, it's up to you. There's the bid ask is a couple pennies, not a big deal. You click the buy button and send it, and then you're in the trade. How do you initiate the order for the comp? Well, first we have to pay the 777 D225. And then once you do that, you're automatically in the competition. Okay, so then on Wednesday morning at I guess 4 a.m. Eastern time, depending on how early you want to get up. Now, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if they're allowing pre-market trades. Probably not, like last time. Oh, in order to initiate, well, just do what I did. Okay, just do exactly what I did. You would click on. Let's bring back the. So if you had this channel up and running, you would just click on one of the alerts. Let's hope that we get some alerts during the day. It'd probably be more fun to trade, but anyway, you click on one of the alerts. But so I just clicked on JMIA, and you see how JMIA shows up. Okay, and then you pick how many shares you want and whatever price you want, and then you just make the trades. Let me do 500 shares. Okay, I'll buy it at the market and send it. Now you're in the trade. You'll see it'll show up. Did I do that wrong? Oh, I'm not in the right. I guess, sorry. See, this is not active. It's not active yet. Okay, sorry. I was in this one. It's not active until Wednesday. But if I did that again, 400 shares, you click the buy button first, and then you send it. Okay, now I'm in the trade, 400 shares. Now you manage to trade, If you want to get out of the trade, you flatten it. You want to get out of half your trade, you click half. If you want to double your position, you can double. Or, of course, you can go in and trade out as many shares as you want. Okay, if you had 1,000 shares, you want to get rid of 200, you put 200 and sell. Click the sell button, send. That's what I would be doing, guys. If just to warm up, just get the mechanics down so you can get into the paper trading account and just sort of warm up so you know how to execute the trades. So that account is not showing for you guys yet. Okay, so it will. Okay, it will. Wednesday, you'll see AI in July PMC. That will be the account that you pick. Meanwhile, Myra is doing its thing again. Yeah, David, yes. I'm just sorry. I'm seeing your question now. So for instance, if you took the GoNoGo chart and you saved it outside the GoNoGo channel, as long as you can save it as part of your layout. Now, just for those of you who The GoNoGo will be an add-on, okay? It will not be part of the either a standard or a premium subscription. And the main reason is that this is not our technology. It's actually a company. Well, if you go to GoNoGo's website, you'll see there are a couple of guys who basically call it invented it. Okay, so we're licensing it from them. So that's why we cannot offer it just as a as part of the premium service. So it will be a $49 a month add-on. Now, again, I can't emphasize enough. Click on new, click on dock channel bar, click on GoNoGo charts. Now, I don't know where your pop-up appeared. It popped up on my other monitor, but please watch the videos, the 2 videos, okay? And then you can take a look at this. This is sort of text very quickly to describe, what it's all about, but to see if it meets your trading style. Okay. I mean, we're not trying to force anybody to buy this, but I would not buy it without knowing anything about it either. So, I think this GoNoGo channel explainers is good. Both of them are good. And you can also go to the GoNoGo website and see what, the 2 guys who basically founded it, you can see what they talk about. And then you'll have a more informed decision about whether or not it's something you want to do. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 1:24. So I'm going to go over my homepage. But first, there is still time. Okay, number one, to sign up for the contest. Doesn't start till Wednesday. But you can also, if you're going to do the contest, then sign up right now. The reason being is that you'll have access to the program for the balance of today, plus tomorrow, plus, of course, the Wednesday through Friday, the contest, and also next Monday. It's like a test drive also of the overall program. So if you click on the link, no, with a premium account, you don't have to pay for the contest. Oh, I see. Yes, I see. Yes, you do. It's not part. We'd love to make it part, but we can't. It's like we're licensing, so they want their money. I mean, it makes sense. We're licensing from them. So there is the contest, test drive and contest. So if you click on it, you can sign up. It'll cost you $7.77. You get the balance of today up until and including next Monday. You'll have access to the full premium service. Oops. This is my computer or something. So I'm just going to wait. I think all I need is no, it's got to be my computer. It's got to be my computer doing crazy things. Because I've got a Word program up and running too, and it just went black. I wonder, well, is this part of this CrowdStrike thing? I mean, I'd hate to think it is, but okay. We're getting, come on back. I think the minute I get a new alert, it'll. Oh, okay. Give me a moment here, guys, because this has affected my Microsoft Word where I have all also. So that didn't happen before. Okay, now it's back. All right. Well, let me try to keep going about what you'll find on my homepage. Now, the other thing about the test drive, guys, okay, when the test drive is over on Monday, next Monday, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Please don't email our support people and say, okay, the test drive is over. Please make sure I'm unsubscribed. And oh, by the way, I want an email back saying that you have unsubscribed me. There's nothing to do. Okay. When it's over, it's over. You know, there's nothing to do. We don't put you into a subscription. And the reason I say that is that it really, taxes our support people when they can be doing some, I call it more important support. Okay. I know it's important. You want to know you're not part of a subscription, but just listen to me. You're not put into a subscription. All right. Now let's take a look at my homepage. Hopefully this will display. Okay, so here is my homepage. And so, I mean, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please use whatever code is going to be on my homepage. This will change from time to time, of course. This will really help to keep the room free. It's that simple. And if you do take out a subscription, I was talking about, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. Download and install for startup and login. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. We have a series of free videos. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. That's free, of course. Also, the trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. So, I mean, if you're, you can go into the user guide and, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, what the stock racing is all about. Here's that getting started. You want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow. Then if you're looking for my scans, when you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down. And then the middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? Here's the gap continuation or reverse. This should be the momentum scan, okay? But I'm just waiting. There's probably just need a new alert to come in, I think, and I don't know what's happened. It's got to be on my end, on my computer. And then this is the halts resumes. I do apologize. I'm not. I could do a reboot. I'm sure everything. There we go. So that's. I'm just waiting for a new one here. So what happened is with it is that a new resume came in and that fixed that problem. No, there's something. There is no recurring billing for sure. There is no recurring billing. But let me just put that in there. Okay, yeah. So you've got to read the whole thing. I don't know why it starts off with that, but yeah, if you read the whole thing, it basically, there is no recurring billing. Okay, there is no recurring billing. So this is just telling me here in this momentum scan that there hasn't been one since my computer did what it did. So Mira halted? No, it doesn't look like it's halted. It's just not trading very much, right? Well, not now it's halted. I knew it was going to get halted. Too bad. I was going to take the trade because look what happened here and the GoNoGo. We had the little transition right there. So let's see if that would have worked. I was just a little late in taking the trade, and then it got halted on me. So let's see if that would have worked. Working meaning here's the halt, 347. Here's the potential open at 350. All right, guys. So William, what time today? I don't know if you mentioned that or 3:30. Okay. So William will keep the main room open till 3:30, and I know you said you won't be in tomorrow, more than likely at all. I don't know if Chris is going to be off again today, so I'm going to have to try to remember to open the room myself. It will not be as early as William. Okay, I know he's been opening the room about 3:30 my time. Yeah, that's not going to happen for me. Oh, you can open the room? Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Okay, how did I get that buy alert to pop up? Which buy alert are you talking about? Are you talking about the price alerts window smoke eater? Are you talking about this? Are you talking about this? Oh, the blue arrow on the 15. Are you talking about this? That blue arrow right there? Okay. So it's not a buy. Okay. It's not a buy. It's not a sell. let me try to explain if I can find another one. Let me go to DQ right here. Okay, you're in the main room, Edgard. You're in the main room. So you see what I did was I clicked on DQ at 10:09, and the alert happened at 10:19. All the blue arrow is doing is telling you the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, if you can see the blue arrow there, so that's 10:15. Okay, that's all it's telling you. It's not telling you that I will buy it or anything. It's just telling you the candle in which the alert happened. So if I go back even earlier to ARI, it's, if you can see the blue arrow there, look at the blue arrow down here. That's just telling you that that is a candle in which the alert happened. Now I'm on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it would show you the 5-minute candle, or a 2-minute if I had a 2-minute chart, the 2-minute candle. Okay. So that's all it's doing. It's not saying, okay, buy it. It's just saying that's where your alert happened. Same thing. So, oh, this was a nice one, guys. I mean, this was a very nice one on the gap down and go. Not too many alerts today, but look at this, 1036. This is on a short. And, it's been inching its way down, 978 now. Boy, this is interesting. No new alerts. Well, that's just part of a scan, Smoke Eater. Okay, I mean, if you're looking for these, I'm sharing this scan. I'm sharing, if you could see it, I'm sharing the momentum scan, but I'm sharing a lot of different scans. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so if you go to my homepage, you click on my homepage link, and you scroll down until the middle section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, there's that gap continuation. There's the Momo. Just need a new alert to come in to fix whatever that problem was. This is not trade ideas, in my opinion. It's my my computer. And there's the halts resumes right here. But as you can see, I am sharing other scans. I do not have all these scans up and running. Okay, but I've tried to name them so they might make some sense. So you can take a look at them in order to see what a scan is all about. Say the momentum scan, which is here. Okay, if you loaded that one, it wouldn't look like this. But if you loaded it, and then you right click and click on configure, and then summary, that's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. All right, let me duplicate this. I'm sure I'm going to see. Okay, so yeah, you see what it is, guys. The last alert was at 119. I guarantee you, if we get a new one in here, the screen will come back. All right. So the question is, how do I get? You don't like that bright green. Okay. So if you right click, properties, colors. Now here's where you go. So these are all bullish alerts because these are stocks that are moving higher. So this is just a palette. If I click on that the green palette comes up, I can pick. So that's going to be my background, and this is the foreground, and you can just play around with whatever you want. So if I want to do this, not that that would be good with that foreground, but that's what you can do. It's just a matter of. So if I went white, There you go. Okay. So it's just a matter of picking the background and the foreground. So again, just right click, properties, colors, and then, just look at the bullish alerts and create whatever combination you want. Ha! AMC to restructure its debt load. Okay, let's see. All right, so they're restructuring. So on that news, AMC got halted because of news. Okay, using theaters to support the deal. AMC to restructure debt load using theaters to support the deal. Okay. Well, hard for me to answer that, Cafe, without seeing your scan, number one, and maybe there was some filter that just blocked it. You mean you didn't get a at all? Nothing? Zero? For serve? Zero? Nothing. Well, that is interesting. Well, I'll take a look at it. Hopefully, let me see. It's just a alert window breaking out on volume. Okay. Give me something to do while I'm waiting for this stupid thing to populate again. There's usually an explanation. I certainly, in my momentum scan, I had it over and over and over again. So it is breaking resistance. Okay. So let me just see. I don't use that one, but let's just see. So there's the previous day. Oops. So obviously it was above the previous day. So that, well, I can tell you, you've made this one really simple. Really simple. I'm gonna get you to figure it out. Okay. You've made it very simple though. Can you not see? As Pepe is saying, it's too easy. I'm gonna make you think a little bit here, Cafe Ole. Hey, here we go. Okay, look, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you've got a value of no more than 20,000 for the float. We've got a float of 20 million. Our float is 23 million. That's what we have anyway. So that's the reason. Okay. I didn't watch back. I don't understand. It's all good? Okay. Yeah, well, we didn't like that, Pepe. I told him to get rid of that. And Cafe au lait is very appropriate as the Paris games are starting on Friday. All right, guys. Well, here we go. NXGL. NXGL. Oh, I see. I see. Boy, how this is really weird what's happening here too with that problem I had. Okay, so AMC, did it open? Not yet. Okay, not yet. All right, UMAC, what happened here? So this unusual machines. So I got halted earlier and I didn't see it, maybe because the volume was too low. Really? Okay. I don't know why I didn't see it. And by the way, Pepe, I'm going to tell you that I think I finally figured out what the major issue is with trade ideas. If you have something that's slowing down, and it's the tree maps. You see what I've done here? I have no tree maps going. I've just had this, and I could probably add a race, but I've only got the one race, no more tree maps. And I think I can say pretty confidently that my computer is not, you probably don't hear very much noise like you normally do. The fan is not going crazy at all today. Yeah, other than blank screens. Yeah. I'll take that over a noisy fan. So what I might do actually is I might bring back one race. And see if I can run two races without an issue. So this race is, a little different from this one up here. This doesn't care about the float. It doesn't care about market cap. This one does. So what I've done in this race, that's why it's called the large cap gainers from the open. And I have a 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum 50 million float. So you're not going to see stocks as crazy in terms of percentages. You rarely will see something up 17%, but they can be, it doesn't mean that, they're bad to trade. There might be a little, especially if you're starting out, there might be a little more relaxing, a little bit easier on the psyche. These are wonderful to trade when you're on the right side of them, but not so great when you're on the wrong side. I'm going to get rid of this. But I'm sharing the scan, okay? I'm sharing the large cap gainers and the large cap losers. You can go to my homepage. They are there. All right, guys. So what's the market doing? The overall market is still pretty strong today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. An hour and a half up. Little pause. Now, we're getting choppy. We're getting some topping tails here. Buyers have been trying to not get it higher, but the sellers are still kind of knocking it down a little bit. But overall, guys, I mean, the Dow's up, Nas is up. Boy, this is certainly the champion today in terms of halts resumes, and that's the Mira. I remember looking at this one and thinking maybe I wanted to short this. I was seeing this. But okay, so this is what GoNoGo was telling me. So this is where we're seeing it. Okay, so I was wondering, will this light pink turn into the deep purple? And that would, but look what happened. Turned into this orange. Orange means, you know what? We don't see an advantage one way or the other. Okay, when you see this orange, it means, we don't, even though you could have said, well, I guess I should have gone long, but didn't see, because look what happened right after. Don't see an advantage one way or the other. That's what orange means. And unless this turned, big blue up here, so what I'm going to do, I'll put an alert up there, 3187, and see if it does take out that and turning into a nice big blue. But you can see this has been basically down after the initial pop this morning. Gosh. Now that didn't seem like that was such a dramatic move, this Myra. To be halted. Okay, guys, I'll be back in about, what time is it right now? 2 o'clock, say 2:05. Okay, I'm back. Okay, Trevor, I will answer your question, and you'll probably, and anybody else, you'll have to listen very, very carefully, okay? Because it's not that's super simple, not super simple. So the answer to your question is yes. Okay. It's got nothing to do with being a premium member. Okay. This is an add-on. I mean, in general, this is an add-on, whether you're a standard or a premium subscriber. However, we are allowing it for everybody during the test drive and for the contest. Okay. So So you might, guys, if you're listening to all this and you want the GoNoGo, you might want to sort of maybe, I don't know, jot this stuff down. So you start off by clicking on New and then Docked Channel Bar. So when you do that, then you pick the GoNoGo channel, or the GoNoGo charts. Okay. So what was supposed to happen is that you would have a list of symbols here. When you do this, this will all be blank, okay? Would have been super simple because what has to happen is you have to click on a symbol and then it turns it into the GoNoGo charts. Now, before you do anything though, this is a little pop-up that you should see. And this, the GoNoGo charts launch video and the GoNoGo channel explainers. 2 videos. Now, if you don't see this pop up, it depends if you have multiple monitors. Like for me, it popped up on another monitor. Sometimes though, it might pop up behind the dock channel. Okay. So if that happens, you just have to kind of, do this. Hopefully that doesn't happen and it's evident where it is. That's the first thing I would do though, because, you need to have an explanation about what it's all about. You can also scroll down a little bit and they talk about the different colors and what to look for. Okay, so that's number 1. So assuming you've opened the channel, and let me do it again from scratch. So new from our toolbar, click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar, GoNoGo charts. So this is what you're going to see, except you will not see any symbols here, okay? Anyway. So the only way you can change this into a GoNoGo chart, okay, this is what you have to do. If you go, say, to this new Go Stocks Daily, okay, right click. Oh, no, sorry, in the body of the scan. Yeah, again, you will not see any symbols. I know this is a little confusing. You will not see any symbols. So right click though, and then click select strategy. This box will pop up. Go down to the GoNoGo, and then pick, say, new no-go 5 minutes. And then this is what you're going to see. So you can see it is changed. Now when you click on a symbol, here you go. Okay, now you have a GoNoGo chart. Now at this point, you can click on any symbol that you see, maybe from your own scans. Well, it is. Well, you have to. No, it should be active, Trevor. If you have a premium membership, it should be active. If you do what I did, you can see the channel, right? If you can't see the channel, it's possible you're on a really old version of Trade Ideas. That's all I can think of. Okay, so if you see the channel, okay, so you're on the latest beta. Okay, that's fine. So when you click on Dock Channel Bar, you do see the channel, right? Okay, and then when you click on it, do you not get this chart? Again, you should see this little pop-up with the 2 videos, but do you not see the chart? I'm not sure that last yes meant yes, you do see the chart. It's not a go-no-go chart. I get it. The right side, you mean here? It says unauthorized over here? Yeah, okay, so this is what you do. So in the blank area where it's probably a black screen, just right click. Click on, you probably have a header, okay? You must have a header that says, say, no, new Go Stocks Daily, but nothing in here. And just right click. Okay, you have a blue area. Okay, just right click, select the strategy, hover over, Hover, 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 hover. Go down to GoNoGo, and then this box pops up. And then if you say, click on New No-Go 5 minutes, see how that changed from that? Well, it wouldn't have changed for you, but now you should have a couple of symbols. And now when you click on one of those symbols, the DJT, now you've turned it into, finally, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is. I mean, there's some filters in there. I'm not privy to that, DT. My thing would be just to click on the what sort of alerts you get and see what sort of differences there are. I'm just not, because I'm not using these. Okay, I'm actually not going to be using them. What I want the GoNoGo charts to use for are my scans, like the alerts that I get from my scans. Now you can of course change the time frame. I recommend that if you're going to intraday trade, have a 5-minute chart. Well, I'll just go to another one. Okay, so this is go rally. A lot more. A lot more. So, I guess what it's trying to show is a little transition now between that orange and maybe it's going to rally. I don't know. I mean, the best thing, look how many actually there's not been too many in here. Only two of them. CrowdStrike and Ryanair. I'm looking, but best thing to do is just, if you want to load them and just see what it looks like. I'll try one more, the continuation. But understand, I will not be using it for the scans. Yeah, so a bit of continuation. I'll be looking at my own alerts. Good, Dragonfly. And that's what I like to do. I like to take that chart out of the channel and have it free floating so I can incorporate it as part of my layout. Now, understand that, after Monday, you will not have access to GoNoGo. You won't have access to the GoNoGo charts. So for your scan, so what you can do, okay, DT, I just have to be careful because I don't want these charts to change. So what you can do is, now, do you want to keep it in the, just give me a moment. So let's assume you've gone through, taken one of those 5-minute scans, and now you have the GoNoGo chart. Okay, so what I would do is this. You see where it says dock window? Because what it's trying to do is keep you in this dock window. The scans are all in this dock window. Okay. So all I would do is this, because now if you've got scans outside of it, outside, which probably you do, I know I do, what I would do is this, I would right click, hopefully I'm right, Pepe, right click, go to the properties, go to the symbol linking, and then change it to link to all. Okay, and then when you click on one of your scans outside of this, it'll change. Okay, link to all out of the, so uncheck the docked window and check link to all. Okay, then when you click on something outside of this dock window, it'll change. Reddit, it's got a pretty big, what we have anyway, Reddit, 30 million. Well, I guess not that huge, but short number, you're talking about the float, and then the short float percent is 27,000 or 27%. Personally, if I'm not going to use those scans that I showed, then I would just take this window and I would just duplicate it into a free floating window. Oh, you want me to go to the website, the other website to see? I mean, this is our provider, of course. Let's see what they've got though. Yeah, so I don't know what it is, because when it's a big market cap, they don't show any number, okay? They don't show the float when it's a big market cap. So yeah, I mean, that website is only good for low float stocks, basically, or low market cap. All right, so Shady is shorting Boeing, which triggered for him at 178.25. Yeah, so it's 177.95 now. And he's got to stop at 179.05, which is basically right up here. Another one that makes, you can basically see it right on the chart. So looking at a go no go chart on a 5-minute as an example, if a person had been watching Boeing, could have got in at 178.53 or actually 178.62. A little bit earlier, just based on this go no go chart. The color transition from light pink to the deep purple. All right, guys. I'll be taking off in about, say, 15 minutes or so. So if there are any questions, good time to ask questions now. Again, I don't have to leave in 15, but if I don't see too many questions, I'll usually take off. Yeah, we have a lot of companies. It's Coke and General Electric, PM, Philip Morris, I guess, a couple of the Comcasts, UPS, Lougheed, what's that, Schwinn? No, the paint company, General Motors. We got a bunch of big ones, yeah. What do I think of FDMD? Or sorry, FDMT? Well, that was one from last week that I was so ticked off at myself. But let's take a look. That I missed the short on it. So is it bouncing? Yeah. So it's having a bounce. This was an unbelievable day, straight down almost. Well, the next high is what, 1836. So obviously it's got room. It does have room. If you look at a GoNoGo chart, in theory would have been around 1604, right on that transition, though you would have had that little down arrow or down candle. But so 1604 or so would have been, or 16 to 1604 would have been sort of the entry. Well, then you are laughing at 1552. Right here, I see what you did on that break right there. So, I mean, it's having a comeback day, isn't it? I don't know if there's any specific news. I'm really keeping an eye on Mira here, guys. MIRA. I'm really keeping an eye on it. See if it gets back into the mid 340s, or maybe has a late day run. Wow. Dominated by CMAX and Mira, the races today. Look at that. CMAX won 21 races, Mira won 18. Maybe is it still halted? Wow. AMC, well, news halt. So, yeah, anybody's guess. Sometimes if you go to maybe the NASDAQ site, they give you an idea. I think, William, you go there sometimes, don't you? So NAS is not offering any idea on when AMC will be unhalted. Okay. Ah, I forgot. You're right. It's not a not NASDAQ. Well, Andy, Trade Ideas is in this one, I think at 5:01. So he is, he was ticked off that they halted it. Oops, Myra just got halted on the way down. Well, let's see what happens. Well, your FDMT is just making another new high, just showing up on another scan of mine. FDMT just making another new high. Well, it'll be interesting to see how far it can get or close it can get to 1819, 1821. That's the high 2 days ago. For all the reasons it was down, they're still there. But, every stock seems to have some kind of a bounce in it. Where's the VWAP? It's way down there, 197 for Mira. Wow, look at this market. Look at this market. So this has been after that 45 minutes or approximately an hour down from 10:45 to 11:30 for 45. Market's been almost straight up. Okay, guys, I'm getting close to shutting myself down. So what I'm going to do for our YouTubers is to put the main trading room link into YouTube so you guys can head over and listen if you want. Not listen. It's just nobody will be on the mic, no screen sharing, but there's still traders in there. You can still converse amongst yourselves. So if you go to my homepage link, this is just for the YouTubers. So you click on my homepage link and you will see at the top here, trading room. Okay. So you can click on trading room and that'll get you into the main room. William will keep that room open for about another hour after I leave, 3:30. Listen, William, if it's a hassle for you tomorrow morning to do it, don't worry. Okay. I mean, I'm usually up before 8 o'clock. I am. I just have to remember to open the room. But if it's a hassle, okay. You're sure? Okay. All right, guys, are there any last minute questions? Again, I don't have to leave, okay? But if I don't see any questions, I'll probably just take off. I'll be watching Mira going into the close. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. So again, thanks for all the help. As always, I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 a.m. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I must shut you guys down completely.